And we should be live. Hopefully we're live. I think it's working. There it goes. Yes. Mostly I think it's working. Actually maybe it's not working. Uh-oh. We might be having a problem. Let's see if I can fix it. I think that they can hear me, but not hear you.
Uh-oh.
For some reason. So I'm gonna check a thing. I think OBS reset.
I wish I knew sign language right now.
There you go. No.
I wish I could remember the sign language I was taught.
As soon as you said that, I had fixed it already, so it doesn't matter. Seems good on your end, Squiff. Nice.
All right. What's up?
Here we go. That was just a weird technical issue. I don't know why OBS reset that, but it's a good thing I looked at that. Otherwise, the first half of this stream probably would have been very confusing for people.
Oh, like my first stream.
Just me talking. Oh God.
That will all be confused.
How's it going, Squiff, man? It's good to see you, bud. Thanks for sticking around. Had a long intro there. Glad you like the music too. Those packs are awesome, dude. Totally worth the money.
That cheese sandwich is extra good.
Can't go wrong with a good cheese sandwich.
Yep. And epic music.
That's true. It's quite the pairing. Okay, so let's get into it. Well met. I'm Cynical, of course, and this is my channel. Welcome to it. This here all around us is Chronicle, which is now in what we're calling Season 2, because we kind of finished a pretty big arc connecting all the characters and getting them all together and them eventually buying their own ship. So the first season was sort of the story of the acquisition of the Vagabond, their new vessel. That is one of the more expensive ships. I mean, it was the most expensive ship that they had available to purchase at the place that they were at, Flammarion. So that was an exciting thing to see. So we're going to see how Season 2 shapes out differently from Season 1, where they didn't have their own vessel. But altogether, this is a custom Mongoose Traveler 2nd Edition campaign set in our version of the OTU, the original Traveler universe, or the Third Imperium, if you want to call it that, whichever one. We're all a bit new to Traveler, and we're still using kind of like a few optional rules, not really much homebrew or anything like that. But so if you see something you don't recognize, that could be one of the reasons, and we could maybe even sometimes use help. But for the most part, because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly just be focusing on the game. And if you don't get a response in chat or something, just know that we really appreciate you watching, hanging out, and sticking around. So yeah. Everybody is welcome, but let's keep it civil in the chat. And before too much longer, let's try to get into all the important stuff here. So these are my friends, and together we're CoFH RPG. This is kind of a tradition we've been doing now for decades. Not all of us together, but at least 3 of us have been playing for decades, and then some of us, I guess I've been playing with you for decades now, if you think about it, Jesse, because we played in college together. That was 2008, 2007.
Yeah, you've honestly been the only GM I've ever had, so
that's fascinating.
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
It's romantic.
I know, right?
How sweet.
Hey, Radrion, what's up, bud? Thanks for hanging out,
Oh
man.
shit, what's going on, Red? Nice.
So now let's take a moment to introduce each of our players here and their characters, of course, as we always do. So just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently prolismatic player, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Well, I'm Lord Venom 1. This is really my only social media, but I'm enjoying participating in a sci-fi role-playing environment and learning Traveler. Got my COVID vaccine today, so if I fall asleep in my chair, that might be why. But otherwise,
Second
I play
shot,
Dixon.
right?
Yeah, so that's
the
how it
doozy they
goes.
say. Yeah.
That's what they say. But I play Dixon Matthews. He is a grizzled detective on Tarkeen. He was working the streets, saw, in that urban environment, saw a lot of what life had to offer, mixed with sort of all people, and that, of course, left an impression on him. But now as a traveler, he's a little bit out of his depth, He hasn't done a lot of off-world travel, a lot of space travel. So he's finding some connections to his previous life, and at other times he's quite out of his elements.
Awesome. Yeah, Dixon's shaping up to be a really interesting character. I've liked seeing where you've taken him. I feel like last session Dixon got a lot of he felt more fleshed out. It felt like I don't know if you meditated on him more, of just playing him in character more that session. Yeah, by the end of that session, I was like really getting the mannerisms from him and stuff. It was pretty interesting, especially in like the last conversation that was happening. But we'll get to that. So following all of that, it's my good friend and fellow Screen Room member and a streamer in his own right, MacHow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hey everybody, I'm MacHow234 on all the socials, and we do Screen Room on Wednesdays and Sundays. Join us on that here on Twitch. And I'm streaming on my personal channel right now if you want to see a kind of character perspective of Ryder as we journey through the stars. I play Ryder, young.
Hopefully around the stars.
Not through the stars. Just like lava. So we season 1 callback. Yeah. So play Ryder young, as in the Army. Well, I tried out for the Navy first, didn't make it. Went to the Army, went on special assignment. That's where I met Dixon. I'm from a different planet, but I went to his planet for a mission, and that's where we met. Then tried out for the Navy again and failed again and started drifting around, not knowing what I was going to do with my life. I got hurt, lost one of my eyes. That's when I met Roman, who gave me a fake eye and healed me up. Then I tried out for the Navy and finally made it and was a gunner, was in a big battle, and got a call from Dixon afterwards and kind of decided to go with him, fly around and be a traveler instead of going back into the Navy. So I called up Roman and we all got together, and here we are.
It's kind of how the crew all got together in a lot of ways, yeah. Really great. Okay, so moving on from there then. Next up, my Nakama from Another Mama. It's Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I play Roman Bor, a human from the Dolgan peoples on Kwai Ching. Tough and hardy people, and kind of led him to develop a sense for helping people when he could, so sought higher education, became a doctor, and a pretty renowned physician, actually. Did some work for some corporations as a physician, traveling to different hospitals, shared some of his research that gained notoriety in his field, and through a series of unfortunate events, found himself on hard times when he received the letter from Ryder, and he answered the call. It was pretty good timing too. He actually knew Ryder, that you heard from helping him with the eye, but I also knew Steruya, who helped me. We were hanging out for fucking months, like 6 months maybe, so we got to know each other pretty well before we became reacquainted in this endeavor, which is really cool. So that was a neat little surprise for Roman, I think.
You were like a language tutor for Steruya at one point.
Yeah, she helped me get some of my biological research through customs.
That was aboard ship, I believe. It was aboard the same ship.
Is that a station?
Trade ships. Was it a station?
Yeah.
Cool, bro. Were you working as a broker at that time? What were you doing at that time, Steruya? Think about it, and you can answer when we get to you, because we're about to.
Yeah, that's pretty much Roman's journey. And, you know,
Yeah, Roman's a really
he's
interesting
excited.
character as well.
He's excited to be here.
All right, so yeah. So last but not least, as previously mentioned here, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, we have Psycho Cough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only in this channel, but for the Screen Room community as well. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and Stayruya, and answer that question I just asked if you can.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer. I play in and GM tabletop RPGs, have done for decades. Other than that, I play video games a bunch. I would stream, but my computer just cannot handle it right now. I'm surprised I'm able to actually participate in this. It's so old and crappy, but maybe if I get new parts. As for my character, Stayruya, oh man, she's first off an Aslan, an alien race, kind of like a cat person. And according to my notes, she spent time with Roman during her good deals, high life section of her free trade lifestyle. And so she was just sort of taking it easy, living the high life on board the station where Roman was at. And she was like, you know, I'll just help this guy. Maybe he'll help me. And learned the human trade language a lot better. But she functions...
Anglic, yep.
Yeah, well...
Gaganglic, technically, because you...
Gaganglic, because the dialect and where it's from.
Yeah.
But she serves as the current ship's engineer, astrogator, steward, broker. A lot. She does a lot on the
Wearing
ship.
a lot of hats right now.
Yeah, and is super worried
don't
about
let the cat lady die.
super worried about the ship getting repoed by the time we get to Colas.
It's good you don't sleep that much then.
Well, she sleeps hard when she does. We saw that in season 1. She woke up in the middle of flying on the spaceship, flying through a volcano, basically an eruption, getting smacked into the walls. And then like went back to sleep
Yeah,
for a little bit.
True.
Yeah. All right. So awesome. Thank you so much there, Psycho. Oh, you having night
what is
issues over there,
happening?
Dixon? Oh, we can't hear you talking.
Oh, you can't hear you.
Yeah, his system had the shot too.
We've all been there.
It's like, whoa, I'm getting dizzy.
Interesting. I'll let you know when I can hear you. That was not it. We've all been there. That's right, Squiff. Okay. So, give him a moment to try and fix his thing. But I would like to ask a couple of questions, or answer a couple of questions before we get into the intro. So, the main one is, what are these things above your heads here? Like, it would be right here if I had one. I don't, because I'm the GM. But yeah, there you go. You got it, right? Yeah. So, okay, yeah, you can hear you. So over there for them, you can see at the top, the upper left corner, there are there's like an alphanumeric with a dash between them. Those correspond in hexadecimal, so in 1 character increments, to the actual stats of the characters themselves that they're playing. So in order, that is strength, dexterity, endurance, intellect, education, social, psionics, which is a question mark for everybody because they've never been tested, so it's like a placeholder stat because you don't have a stat if you make an imperial character there, basically. Morale, luck, sanity, and charm. But primarily, the way that I'm using sanity and morale are just related to shipboard morale and stuff, to give them essentially a timer for how long they can go without like having like a place to relax and hang out and stuff. But they have facilities on their ship, so those aren't mostly not going to come into play unless something happens narratively in the future. As for charm, it's sort of like an alternative stat that can be used in certain other situations. And luck is kind of a good catch-all. Those are from the companion, the Traveler's Companion, Mongoose second edition. And we got. Oh, okay.
We get
all right. At least we can still hear you. Okay. So anyway, hopefully that answers the question. That was the main one I wanted to answer before we got going. But let's go ahead and get into the intro, and we'll jump into characters as soon as we get back.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
we're back. Sorry for the delay there after the intro, everybody, but we're here. So, let's go ahead and get into the recap of what happened last time. So last time was the first episode of what we're calling Season 2. And that meant that we did a pretty huge recap. We basically, at the beginning of that episode, recapped as much of Season 1 as we could effectively do in a reasonable amount of time at the beginning of an episode. So we're not going to do that this time. We're not going to try and recap too far back. But if there are any elements that you guys want to add, I'd like to keep these recaps as a conversation, not a thing that I'm dictating. That was a reality. So feel free to chime in at any point, any of my players here, as always. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what happened last session. So, picking up a number of passengers and a bit of cargo for your journey, with the intent to head to Colossus and Tarsus, in some order specifically.
And get rich.
Get rich.
In an effort to make some credits,
For
certainly.
like 30 minutes.
For 30 minutes. And perhaps find some other jobs along the way or at the destination, with the goal of actually being able to make payments on and afford the maintenance of your newly purchased vessel, the Vagabond, which you have just left Flammarion, one of the Flammarion High Port from, basically. One of the passengers in particular was a bit strange. Scout Services had informed you of a situation with Ling Standard Products and a bit of political pressure from them to keep this passenger on station, or at the very least in the area, not give him further passage, as he had been found in a rather strange circumstances aboard an old scout ship with just an M drive, in a system with no gas giant, no population, very far from their
They're
current
treating him
location.
bad. They're treating him bad anyway.
Scout Services brought him. Well, Scout Services wasn't. They ferried him all the way all the way to Flammarion, and by that point, Ling Standard Products, who essentially own Flammarion, the world, and can put a lot of pressure on the way station there, essentially grounded him. And so he was stuck there for several months. Scout Services wanted to get this problem out of their hair, so to speak, so they kind of asked you to get rid of him, if you would, send him away. Not too much longer after that, or almost literally at the exact same moment, in fact, you were also contacted by Ling Standard Products, who essentially were telling you, do not give this guy a ride out of here. So Joseph Wells came aboard your ship as you decided you were going to give him a ride.
He was very punctual.
No matter what. He was extremely punctual. And with a slight bit of fanfare, let's say, from LSP, Ling Standard Products, you undocked from the high port. Them standing there watching you across the umbilical, calling out on their comms units to some superior. You don't know what the conversation was, but they seemed upset. You kind of leaving slightly earlier than were expected,
Ryder-Young maneuver,
tearing the umbilical away slightly from the docking mount, and taking a slight hit to your potential credit output here, as they were like, well, we're going to charge you for that, but it's fine, I guess.
Can't put a price on style.
They just took away one of our refuels.
Yeah, they took away a refuel, which is thousands of credits, so it can be.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We didn't have it to start with, though, so
yeah, it wasn't that bad of a deal, or big of a deal.
Man,
Not a loss. It's just
Hey.
less of a gain.
A house
as
plant
you-
needed our help.
That's fair. As you undocked from the high port in what we'll say is a rather destructive manner, and headed off into space
Perfect.
towards your jump point,
Hey.
you began to
Destructive?
discuss the
What do you mean,
repercussions.
hero?
Sure. You began to discuss the repercussions of what had occurred. A few hours later, reaching your jump point and entering jump space, you noticed a few oddities about your new passenger beyond the strange demeanor and the unnatural height, as well as the strange cargo that he brought along with him, we'll say.
it's crystal plant.
Disappearances, strange noises, and eventually some form of psionic event that had a rather personal reach for one of the crew. In fact, even given one of the circumstances that got rolled up on a table, so it was very interesting. And then when last you left off, you had just agreed to transport him for the price of 1 carapace. These valuable, essentially extinct carapaces. Not entirely sure. You don't actually know how much they sold for. But you know that it is one of the main reasons that LSP was interested in him, is because he seemingly had a source of these, which is something that hadn't been seen in the Imperium in a very long time. Another note is that he also paid in physical credits from the First Imperium. But he did seem to have the money to pay for his passage and everything. So
gold-plated latinum.
Essentially, it's something similar to that. Stamped with like the image of the first emperor or imperator or whatever. Yeah, but encountering these strange sonic events, the oddities about the passenger, you still agreed for the price of this carapace to transport him to the system of Colas, which was one of your primary destinations anyway along the route. And when we left off, he had just gone up the elevator back into the passenger commons area. And you were in the middle of a discussion regarding the topic of this passenger. Now 5 days into your 7-day jump to Asteltime. Anything anybody wants to add to that?
I think we're not quite sure what to make of him because he's doing some weird stuff. We've pretty much established he's some supernatural stuff's going on, but I think we're at mixed terms about what to do. Do we dump him at the next planet? Do we keep him? Can we trust him? Is he gonna hijack us? What's the effect of all this crystalline stuff on our ship?
All right, so let's get into it then. The last thing said, let's go ahead and jump in character. The last thing said was Steruya was delivering a theory. Let's pick it up there. As you were saying, Steruya.
I forget the exact wording I used, but
That's fine, you can say it however you want. This is the next sentence. You're re-explaining it to Roman. Or Dixon, or whoever's in the room with you, which is all of them.
as long as this passenger has paid, he can stay on the ship until our destination. I don't think we should make a big deal of him being rather strange. If he is in fact that strange. I don't know how
he's a weirdo, believe me on that.
I don't know how a psychic plant made of crystal would project a physical body that could eat. I don't know.
If what you're saying is true, I'm extremely interested. This is something that's... I may never get another chance like this again. It communicates. It is incredible discovery, if anything.
Sorry, Ruya. Sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to hassle him any. But, he does seem friendly enough. So, yeah, Doc, if you want to keep getting to know him, I don't see any harm could come of that. But I'll keep my distance.
Extremely interested.
Our guests seem nice enough, sort. I'll mind my own business.
Seems to be no apparent reason not to have him here.
Dixon, I trust your instinct after the encounters we've had in the past couple of months. It's weird. I guess you don't feel anything about him that's threatening, I guess.
Yeah, it seems nice enough, you know. I don't like the disappearing act, but I won't be going up there anymore, I'll say that. But, you know, if you're curious, do whatever. You know, yell if something changes.
Where is all that food going?
I don't know, maybe all that fancying around is hungry work.
Right. I would imagine it would take a lot of energy to do what he's doing.
Whatever that is.
Whatever it is. My biggest concern, actually, at the moment is the other passengers.
Haven't heard any complaints from them, but I'll keep my ears out.
That might be wise. I might do a random... I don't know. I might try and have some conversation too. I don't know. We'll figure
Yeah, we
it
could
out.
definitely talk to some people.
So, you hallucinated anything lately? Experience anyone else's dreams?
I would feel better if we keep some contact with this guy. You know, I'd hate to have days or weeks go by without anybody even checking on him. Shit could get real weird up there.
I think that is
But-
wise.
Well,
Couple
I'll
more
continue to
days.
provide food for the guests, but other than that, they haven't paid for any extra services.
Yeah, don't give them any extra services then. Like, should he be charging? Okay, so if he's doing to them what he did to me, maybe he should be charging something.
What exactly happened to you?
It's hard to say, really. So I experienced an old event from
Dixon
my
wasn't
past.
there for that one. He was downstairs when it happened.
I don't think I don't know what you experienced, but they were with me in my own experience. They experienced with me, but the thing,
Yeah, I got some of that.
the thing after, I don't know about for them, but for me it was a real event, and afterwards it didn't necessarily erase the event, but it changed maybe my perception of the event. I feel okay about the things that happened in that one instance. Like, I know it's still a bad thing, but a weight has been lifted from the memory. I can see it objectively now in a weird way, whereas before I couldn't. I was clouded by it.
And that's something he did to you, you think?
Definitely wasn't anything I did
just-
to myself. I'll
Or
tell you
just
that.
seeing it again?
No,
No.
I felt it. It was like a change had been made. I don't know if it's a good question. Honestly, it could have been. I've never experienced anything like that, so I could not say for sure. It's changed me though.
Well, if you do mess with this fella anymore, make sure he doesn't do too much changing to you.
It is he's very close to the other passengers. We might want to figure out what he can do. At the very least, I guess. Maybe even before we drop him off in front of millions and billions of other.
I'm with Rui on that. Once get him off the ship, I don't know, it's our problem. You know,
That
we've
might
done-
be for the best, to be honest. I don't know what lengths people might be willing to go through to catch up to him.
Yeah, we're just hauling passengers. I mean,
Oops.
As of right now, that's true.
doing anything wrong.
We definitely don't need any rumors about our ship already. It's like the first fucking job we got. Like, This could ruin us already, you guys.
Because sometimes you need a little. Sometimes it's good to have a little buzz out there. And besides, space is a big ass place, so
We can go anywhere, right?
I'm not too worried about that.
As long as we can get there, I guess.
Rumors take a hell of a long time to get too far around.
That is for a lot of people's benefit.
You can like set up like haunted tours, like haunted hotels or something for passengers.
Celebrity trips.
Yeah.
This is the planet that so and so was born on.
Has to be like on your ship. Where
You
the
can
psychic
you could
ship.
doctor them up. We could give them a psychic reading. Like take them back to their childhood. Like
The free therapy ship.
this isn't just an idea. This is like something we're probably gonna have to do to make the month's payments. So
childhood traumas.
start get a bucket of paint at the next place and let's get some signs going. Because
Anyone that comes to collect will put them in the same room as that thing, and their childhood trauma washes away, and they'll be so indebted to us. They'll be like, "Oh, carry on, carry on." I don't give a fuck about this corporation. I like this idea.
All right. Print up the flyers. Let's get it
get
going.
Mishka to walk on 2 feet and say he's a
Take tickets.
Varger. And,
We found the Varger in early stage of evolution.
the original, the missing
Some
link.
distant galaxy. We found it in the void space. Yeah.
It's just a wolf.
With this
Get a whole
carapace.
sideshow
This
situation.
weird ass little bug died a long time ago, you guys.
Now come see this bearded lady.
We have the best ship ever, you guys. It's a fucking carnival.
Yeah.
Carnival
They're
ship.
walking off.
Carnival
off the high board,
cruises.
and then they showed me the bearded lady. It was amazing.
First, the pain of my father leaving me as a child just vanished, and then there was juggling.
Yep.
And there was a fair on the ship.
You gotta teach Mishka to like do the thing where she like bounces on a ball or something.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
With another
Sell
ball in her
them, like,
nose.
Cheap ass carnival food. Cut down on food costs.
I'm weak. Oh Lord. I guess I should check up on the passengers at some point.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna take do whatever needs doing right here. That's not upstairs, and let's get to this next spot.
Hey, where's that dog been going to the bathroom?
He's using the head like everybody else.
The dog knows
He's
how to
smart.
use toilet.
He's not a dog. He's a smart ass wolf.
It can use the elevators. I mean, I'm pretty sure it can flush the toilet.
In reality, it's probably like pissing and shitting in your shower or something like that. But then you're just like cleaning it up.
I was just wondering. Never thought about it.
Where's all the shit go?
What are you doing
That's the
with it
important
all?
stuff.
Where's they were you shitting? I don't know.
What? What are you implying with that? What are you implying?
I don't know if she uses the
I
whole
wanna hear-
facilities or not.
That's true. I mean, for all we know, they could have a totally different way to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't think it talks much about how they go to the bathroom in the supplements on the Onslaught. So.
Stay Maria, how do
oh
you
my
poop?
god, do you bury? Dude.
I mean, you can teach a
Giant
actual house
fuck-
cat to use a toilet, so you can,
Litter box.
Your
Right,
shower,
I mean,
yeah, your shower just
You
has
described
sand in
this
the
wolf
floor.
as
yeah,
very smart.
absolutely. I'm just saying, like, they are extremely smart, and they're very easy to train, is one of the notes about them. So like, and he lived on a ship, so he probably is trained to do something like that. He was literally trained to operate elevators to go up and down on a ship, right?
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, he
Probably
could
just shit in
like
the toilet.
go in the airlock, right, and then like
they're
space
smarter
it.
than
But that could
like
be-
Earth dogs.
That could be like
the thing.
expensive. But that's where I'm at with him.
I've seen Earth.
They're
dogs
also
in the
way,
toilet.
way, way bigger than Earth dogs too. Keep that in mind. He's like on all fours. His height is like above your waist, right? Like he's like a huge dog.
So he totally could put 2 on the floor with his butt scooted up on the toilet.
Yeah, I mean, he could probably literally put his front paws on the wall, and
To like really brace himself.
just to get into a position like that at an angle above it. But
It's a power strain, man. That's a wolf.
So it's also a she.
Are we finally caught up to where I
Oh,
was
yeah.
with this wolf's bathroom
All right.
situation?
The important conversations
like-
have been handled.
Do you take turns in the morning? Do you go first, or do you let Mishka go before you? So the seat's
Mishka
warm?
usually goes before. She's an early riser.
I would always let Mishka go first. You kidding me? It's fucking dire wolf in your room.
The first time
Mishka
you
goes
saw
whenever the
Mishka,
fuck she wants.
when you walked in on her in the toilet, I bet it
Oh,
was a
sorry,
surprise.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Right, ma'am.
Yeah, she's just like, like doesn't care at all.
Fucking arms bugging all over. Oh my god, I'm so
We
glad
need that
I
on a
asked the
shirt.
Hard questions.
They're big. There's a reason why she's so tough. I think it's hilarious that module is basically like just gives you a chance to get a Tensor's wolf as a pet, because it's like, wow,
That's wild.
it is a very
Yeah.
tough animal.
What a sick thing to have on the ship.
And
when
also,
we, like, go
I mean,
inside and we just
there's
say,
a good
"Stay,
chance you
guard
end up
Mishka."
having to kill it too in the module too. So it's
Oh,
fascinating.
I thought you meant later on.
No, I mean like when you meet it, like you have basically a chance to like
Right.
tame
it
it
was-
or
was
kill
pretty
it.
close.
Yeah. Anyway,
Stay rude.
Back to the-
eyeing
what
it
we're
up,
actually playing.
For sure.
that's true.
Doomsday,
Not known for being good eating, but Aslan have different opinions about what's good eating.
Meat is meat.
sometimes, depending on the Aslan. So anyway, moving away from here, if you guys have anything else you want to handle in the scene, we can. Otherwise, we can go ahead and move forward to any other scenes you want to have. Otherwise, I am going to again just push forward towards Asseltine. It's up to you guys how you want to handle things. Is there anything you want to do before the next 2
Have we
days?
gotten-
You're 5 days into a 7-day journey, so I was
Okay.
gonna go ahead and jump to the next day.
Roll it.
But it's up to you. If you want to do anything else today, let me know.
Keep on going.
I think I'm good.
All right. So that conversation was handled at about 5 p.m. So you have the evening. It's yours to do with anything you want to. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and skip to morning. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start going to morning.
I will say, Roman kind of, as he's kind of like by himself in his room, he kind of like looks over at that box where he keeps alcohol in the 2 glasses, and he just kind of just looks at it for a second.
Okay. Go back to your individual staterooms again. I was gonna establish. what's
I mean,
going on here.
doesn't somebody need to stay on
Somebody.
the bridge?
That's what I'm trying to
You're gonna
establish.
die.
Is who's gonna be on the bridge and who's gonna be sleeping.
Oh, my door shut. I walked right into my door.
Let's see. I guess Roman. It makes sense. Roman will stay up.
Okay. Then we will push forward to one day, 11:05:086 at 5:10 a.m. And this is when you would be waking up, Ryder. So, the morning for you starts with kind of a buzz on your alarm, whatever system you set up to wake yourself up, if any at all, and you sit up straight away, preparing for your day of, I would assume, like morning exercises, whatever it is you do as your morning routine.
I'm peeing right now.
Okay. I can see you went to the toilet there, so all right.
I'll take a shower.
And Sterulia and Roman, you're still in the bridge, or who's going off shift at? You only need technically one person in the bridge at all times. You can have two, but you don't have to have two. So if somebody needed to go to sleep, they can. Just so how it works.
More than likely, Roman's at the consoles and Steruia's just kind of spinning in the chair.
Okay. All right. So
Morning,
then you get to the bridge and sit
guys.
Hey, Ryder. Good morning. I look at the time. Early.
No, it's late. It's 10. I slept in 10 minutes. What are you talking about?
Oh, you military folk.
I woke up at 5:10.
Crazy.
Thought I was gonna get court-martialed. So, if you wanna
if you want coffee or anything,
take a break, I can.
She can bring it down from the galley, I guess, in a carafe. But there's no like. Oh, you do have the little coffee machine. I forgot about that. Never mind.
There is the coffee machine
I forgot
back
about that,
here.
yeah.
That's right.
Well, that was a fax machine.
Fax machine. We got fax.
Space fax coming in.
Base facts.
Yeah. Yeah, don't mind if I get a couple hours of shut eye here. You want to take over? I'll stand up.
Absolutely.
And spin the chair around for him.
Okay.
My guy. Beep, beep, beep. All right, Steruia. Get some sleep sometime, I guess. Good night, everyone. I will leave.
Good night, Doc.
I pass out hard.
Okay.
Hey,
Falls
Rudia,
over
when are you going to
your
sleep? I can never get your schedule straight.
Oh, I woke up at midnight. I don't need sleep for another 20 hours.
You'll be good. Okay. Perfect. All right. I'm gonna check out everything and make sure we're, all the systems are good. Just waking up, checking stuff out. I'm sure it is, but just
There's no role that necessary to look over the console and just make sure there's no like warnings flashing at you or anything like that. Everything seems good. You do need to every now and then kind of confirm that there is no like loss or unexpected loss of mass in these or in the bubble around you, but everything's within like pretty much expected parameters. As you look down on the reading, you sit there and kind of flip through. So it's a holographic display, so you're swiping through different displays and reading logs from the night while you were asleep, and everything is nominal. It looks especially pretty good for a jump drive that's as old as this one, but reading through the logs and stuff, you can see that not only did it have regular maintenance, but it was probably changed out at some point, like maybe 15 years ago. So while the ship is 25 years old, the jump drive, or at least some of its major components, aren't quite as old. So, but it is performing at nominal standards. Like it's never missed maintenance or something like that.
Perfect. All right. And,
I say, Rulia, you're just
I say,
spinning your
Rulia,
chair.
I'm gonna grab some coffee. Would you like any coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. Actually, I probably need to get breakfast started.
Perfect. Let me grab a cup of coffee real quick, and I'll come back and take over the bridge from yet.
Or
Go grab. Token went weird. Alright, there we go. Grab coffee. Then come back. Whoop. Alright, Sterulia. I'm ready to take over.
Take your first sip of your coffee. How do you take your coffee? Do you put any cream or anything in it, or is it just like black coffee in the magnetic metal cup?
Just black, yep.
Okay.
Real questions.
It's pretty good coffee. I mean, it's not like, really expensive, insanely excellent coffee or anything like that. But Sterulia spent money to supply the ship with steward supplies of adequate quality. So this is pretty good, decent quality coffee.
Not bad coffee.
And it's notable that you're living much better now than you have for months, right? I mean, on the Elbow Room, they were very ill supplied. You were living off of just basic and ration packs and stuff. Before that, on some of the ships that you were on, the luxury ship was decent. Of course, the working service you did aboard one of the ships was not particularly great, but sometimes they had good meals once a week. The coffee was all right, so it's not great, but your bunk was awful. And on the Royal Viking, there were awful conditions because you were trying at that point to rent a shuttle and manage all of your expenses and didn't have the capital to even really do so.
That thing was basically a system shuttle.
Yeah, so exactly, it was literally. And so when you were, except for your time spent on the Autumn Rose, the luxury vessel that you got to spend on as a kind of a vacation, this is the best you've had it. But this is certainly the best you've had it while under your own kind of control, right? Steering your own destiny, so to speak. And that kind of thing is notable in these little moments, like when you take this first sip of coffee in the morning, sitting down here looking at the console of the ship that you fly. You're in the void right now, looking over these swirling blue and red patterns out beyond the ship, this kind of obfuscated horizon, this tiny pocket dimension that is jump space. And these are the types of thoughts that creep up in the quiet moments. Other than that, it's pretty uneventful. And you're going upstairs to make breakfast, you were saying, Sterulia?
Probably start it within the hour.
Okay. Let's go ahead and cut to you up there. I'll put you in the galley. I'll put you here. So you come up the elevator, which is adjacent to his room. On your way up to the galley, you can see now. I'm going to push the time forward to 5:30. You can see now, coming out of the elevator, some of the other passengers are awake here in this space. Most of them are down here. I'll just move you where they're at. They're down here, sitting on this couch in this chair, watching this screen, and you can see what they are watching is a little bit odd, because it's the same thing that the plant was watching, just this blank screen. But they're talking to each other, and they don't look like they're blankly staring at it or anything weird. It's just what's on. You can't quite overhear their conversation unless you walk over to them. They're just kind of leaning towards each other and talking. But when you come up the elevator, they do both kind of turn towards you to see what the sound is. They see you. One of them just kind of waves two fingers at you, but doesn't say anything. They just go back to their conversation. Looks like one of them is eating a little kind of sealed patch of maybe it's some kind of one of the cereal things, one of the little bits of dried food stuffs that you would keep in your stateroom, that kind of thing, like eating a cereal bar or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing that catches your eye as being weird. And you do hear that strange kind of high-pitched crystalline singing coming from within the stateroom as you exit the elevator and head into the galley. Begin making your breakfast. Go ahead and make me a steward roll. You can do int or education. Okay. Wow.
Nice roll.
The nice breakfast you put together.
It'll be a good fucking breakfast. Excited.
Alright, so we'll push it forward. It takes you 30 minutes to prepare it, let's say. So we'll go ahead and just push the calendar forward to 6. So it's 6 a.m. now on 11/05/086. You bring food and start serving it to. Now that the smells of the galley have filled the passenger area, the passenger commons of the ship here. Small space. It's a ship, so it's airtight when it wants to be, but the space between the galley and passenger commons isn't exactly an airlock. So the smell has awoken a few other passengers who now are kind of gathering out in the spaces, a few of them sitting down. The ones that you saw on the couch 30 minutes ago that were sitting there and talking are now sitting at that lower table down here. And the screen on the vid screen down there at the bottom is still going, but it's changed to something else, some loaded vid. You're not sure what it is. It's just, there's people on it running around like a game show or something like that. A few of the passengers that are in here kind of look over at you expectantly as you begin to sit out plates, and then you hear the moment that the first plate that you sit down on the table, the first table, sits down, the singing stops, the crystalline singing immediately stops, and about 3 seconds later the door opens and out steps Joseph Wells.
Oh yes, breakfast it would seem. So far I think these might be, though the 3 that you have served are all adequate. I think this one and the final one at the end of the day, you called them breakfast and dinner, those are both my favorites of the 3. Are there more, perhaps? In other cultures?
As he sits down and begins to take the food you were serving. You can describe whatever you cooked. I don't know what it is, but...
Probably just something simple, like scrambled eggs, maybe some bacon or some meat of some sort.
Okay. So he'll pull from these serving dishes of like bacon and eggs and whatever kind of breads and stuff that you
Probably some
provided,
sort of
so,
toast and jam and whatnot available.
sort of like big family style things that people can just scoop from and put onto their plates and stuff. And he'll pile it up like very, very high and eat it very politely. Not like he doesn't just like or anything crazy. He's like very polite in his mannerisms as he eats. But he does put away like a lot in each bite, and as soon as he like basically before he says anything at all again, he finishes the entire first serving and begins to set up another equally large serving of all of it again, and continues on.
I wanted to thank you again for the use of your star charts. They are mostly adequate, I suppose. They show a lot of information about the region, and that is what I really needed. So I wanted to thank you, yes. So we are still on for our deal to call us, yes?
Yes.
Well, that would be lovely. And we will be eating like this, the same 3 meals every day on the journey, the entire way?
Yes, that's a human custom, so we Aslan only
Excellent.
eat once a day. But,
So do you eat more or less? That sounds awful.
well, we just sort of take the day's worth and eat it all at once, sitting.
I see. Perhaps I will try that sometime, as opposed to splitting them up. That is an interesting idea.
Well, it's my experience that human stomach is smaller and more appropriate to fill multiple times per day.
Oh, really?
And you can see like one of the other passengers is sitting there just like politely eating. He like looks at and then like looks down at his stomach and like goes like he's gonna like touch him in the stomach, and the guy just kind of like looks like starts to side eye him and like scoot away a little bit, and then Wells just kind of like stops, pulls his hand back, and then looks at you.
I see. Fascinating.
And he looks down at Hibbs and kind of shrugs and goes back to eating. And I guess in that moment you would note that like he probably eats as much as you do in every meal that he eats, but he eats like 3 of them a day. So. But he doesn't say anything else as he continues to chow down. The other passengers kind of scooting away from him a bit, but they don't seem scared of him or anything like that if you're looking for what their demeanor is around him. After he finishes his meal, which is after everybody else has finished, and a lot of people have gone back into their rooms, but some of them are, everybody kind of wants a chance to stretch their legs every now and then, and so the few that have eaten here kind of walk around in the common area a bit, stretching and watching some stuff. A few of them come out of their staterooms, that were already asleep still, and like waking up a bit later, but eating like the dregs of the breakfast, which is still a plenty of full amount of food they serve off of these family style plates. Wells kind of being there the whole time in the chair through like all the shifts of people that kind of come in eating the whole time, and basically a few minutes after the last people everybody's eaten, he stands up, having finished probably what you would expect, like three or four times the amount of food that a human would eat. And kind of pushing his plates and stuff aside, neatly stacking them for you as you would take them into the galley, setting them on the others. Like basically he basically kind of helped clean up the table a little bit by stacking things up. And you can see as he does so, they're all very like, everything is like a concentric circle, or either like extremely well organized and like stacked in a and he's kind of like even taking the time to kind of make sure that they are almost like millimeter perfect in their organization. All being magnetic, they kind of stick together even though they're dirty, and so you're able to kind of just like pick up a stack of like just weird loose plates, but like usually you just stack them on top of each other and go out, but this is like a weird like okay design almost, but it still stacks them up. And having finished that, he kind of like follows you to the door of the galley and stands there like watching.
I did have another question, if it's all right,
as you begin to like clean the dishes.
Certainly.
Do you have a facility for what they call exorcise?
Unfortunately, we do not.
I see. Well, that's fine, I suppose. I can do something. Yes.
He kind of looks around at the ship a bit and then looks down.
Oh, actually, I had 2 more questions. When is the next meal? And also, why is there a person screaming in your cargo hold?
Well, noon, and I don't know.
Noon. Excellent. Thank you.
And then he'll turn around, walk
Thank
into
you.
his room, and the door will close. A few seconds go by, and you start to hear this like from inside, which is something you haven't heard before, and then kind of like a thumping, like a like he's dragging something heavy across the room.
I tried to tell you guys.
What did you try to tell us?
This guy's trouble.
Is that what you trying to tell?
To the Spacedom.
This guy's tripped.
He's a little bastard. Kept all the carapaces.
Okay, so that reminds me. That's a good point there, Jordan, that you said that. Sorry. So he will then come out a few minutes later after you've heard these noises while you're cleaning dishes, and he will have in his hand what is about the size of a like a large serving tray. And it looks like it's made of like a Vanta black almost, but on one side it's like perfectly black, and on the other side it has like a sheen to it that looks kind of like an oil spill. It's sort of like rainbowy pattern to it as it catches the light, and it's lightly flexible, but only lightly. And you can see as it flexes, like little elements kind of shift on top of each other, kind of like almost like a blade of armor or something like you would expect. He's holding it in both hands.
Your doctor wanted to inspect one of these in his med bay, I believe.
Ah, very well.
And we agreed for a payment, for one as payment, and so that it is your responsibility now. Perhaps you should present it to the doctor. If
Thank
we
you.
are in agreement,
I
of
will
course.
do so, yes.
Thank you.
And he will hand it to you, both hands outstretched, holding it very delicately.
It is fragile. Be careful.
I'll take it and be careful with it.
Okay, it shatters now. It does feel like it's much lighter weight than you would have expected something that size to be, because as you take it, you're kind of like, whoa, this is like, it's like holding like a sheet of paper in both hands, right? You're like, I can't even really tell this is in my hands, except for the feeling, the tactile sensation that it's in there. The feeling of weight is almost completely gone. Like you can't, especially if somebody's got fur all over their hands and stuff, right? Like it's probably like sitting on top your layer of like fur for the most part. It is very, very lightweight. But
As if there's nothing else, I will get back to my exercises.
and he'll
Very well.
turn back around and head back into his room, and the doors will close, and you will start to hear that sound again. You can see for a moment, though, just as the door is closing, that large wagon that he had with his luggage in it, like kind of gets pushed past the door, and then you can hear that dragging sound back. The wagon itself is upside down, the wheels facing up. That's all you see?
All right, well, I'll take the carapace to medbay and see if Dixon's up.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and push it to, after everybody ate and everything. Also, as for the other people eating, I don't know how you bring them food or whatever, the crew. It's up to you how you handle that. But I'm gonna go ahead and push the calendar to say it is now. So I'm gonna put it to 8 a.m.
Well, for the other passengers, I probably made them aware that it is standard procedure to have food available between like 6 and 8.
No, I mean the crew.
As for the crew, if they're hungry, they can go eat. And if they want a meal, they can ask.
Are you serving food in the? Are you serving food to the crew up here with everybody else? Or are you serving food to the crew down below in the common area? Is basically what it is.
Well, it sort of depends on like if they want to eat together as a crew. Then yeah, it'd be up in the.
I think he's saying he doesn't serve the fucking crew.
Sure.
Yeah, for the most part, because we're on different
Right,
schedules and
we just grab.
we grab what we need when we need it.
Right. But what I'm saying is you don't put food downstairs. Is what I'm saying, for them to grab. You leave the food up here. All I want to know is if the crew have to go upstairs. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I think for breakfast.
Because the proximity to him, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
For breakfast, I'd bring it down to the table we have down there.
Okay.
And then
We
after
wouldn't need
that,
as much, I guess, since there's only 4 of you guys.
right. And I don't
wants
really
you to
eat breakfast, so
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna head
it
down
sounds like
there.
these guys are all awake, so I'm presuming I gotta be asleep. Somebody's gotta be sleeping, right?
I'm sleeping.
Oh, you're sleeping.
Yeah, Roman went to sleep
Till
like
11.
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he's been asleep for 3 hours. All right. So stay roll. You come down. I guess you could have like a serving tray or whatever in one hand and a carapace in the other. Enter the common area. Sit the food down on the table, if that's what you do, next to the coffee machine. And then you said you were checking on Dixon. Is that what you were doing?
well, carapace to medbay.
Oh, okay, carapace to the med bay. So you go into the med bay,
Yeah.
which Roman's asleep. But
Well, he doesn't sleep in the medbay.
Right. I'm saying he's asleep, so he's not in there. So you go
Right.
into the med
On
bay.
the lab
just
table.
It's not locked.
sit it down there on the counter, basically.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
I'm not trying to play your character or anything, but for the viewer's sake, I gotta remind you that he said that there's people screaming in the cargo hold.
Yeah, that's why I was coming to look for you.
That's not a steward. That's not a steward responsibility.
Oh, I'll go with you. It's just
The screaming.
For the
You want to bring your
viewers,
security
I'm
officer
okay,
with you?
but-
Is that what you're trying to do? All right, so you drop off the carapace in the med bay and head down the hall back into crew commons. What do you do?
go chime Dixon's door.
Yeah. What is it?
Are you awake and available?
Well, I'm awake now. Did you ring my bell? Yeah. I'll be right out.
Passive aggressive.
And she woke me the fuck up.
Yo,
Well,
hey, are you up?
Mr. Wells has alerted me that there is screaming
What's he up to? What the hell's what's going on up there?
up
What's
there.
going on
Nothing.
Up there?
He said
What?
there was screaming in the cargo.
Oh, well, what's going on down there?
I don't know. I figured I'd get you and a gun and go see.
All right. And I come out in my boxers and with my shotgun and say, "Let's get down there."
Okay. Your
My
hair is
space
all messed up from
tidy-whities.
just having just
Oh,
got out
yeah.
of bed. Okay. Yep. You head on
Is
past.
that canon?
I'm grabbing my stunner.
You're in your underwear right now?
Absolutely.
That's
And he
great.
did just wake up.
Underwear and a shotgun. What are you using?
Nobody wears what?
What are
Well,
you
for-
using?
For inside of a spaceship, I'll have the shotgun. I got my laser pistol in my fake hand if shit pops off. But
I hope you got plastic bullets.
what are you talking about?
Talking about you gonna shoot through the fucking ship.
Shotgun's got no penetration. Don't even worry about it. All right, we're going
I'm a
down
little
there.
worried about it.
All right. So as you kind of exit out your stateroom there with the gun in hand, Mishka kind of gets up, kind of looking a little bit confused.
Michigan, come on now.
And then she'll follow you if you say that.
Yes.
I'll peek my head in onto the bridge. Captain, did you hear something going on in the cargo hold? I'm going down to check it out.
Oh. Okay. Keep me updated.
All right.
I'll have my comp dot on.
So I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay
yeah,
enough
true, I
attention
got
to
mine
this
in too.
ship layout. So what are the ways to the cargo hold? We got central elevator.
Let me pull up the reference.
And we need a
book
new
for you.
security officer?
Dixon knows this thing like the local saloon, but
There's the reference map. If that helps.
The
Oh.
elevator down here where I'm at goes up to the guest and down to the cargo.
I was wondering if that's the right, tactically, is that the right approach? But I guess it is cool. I guess it is faster.
Someone's screaming
someone's
down
been-
there. I don't know.
Oh, now you're rushing me? Now you're rushing. You served breakfast. You poured everybody coffee, and now you're like, oh, well, Dixon, you sure are taking your sweet time to go an extra 20 feet so that you don't get immediately ambushed.
The person's gonna be dead. So Real's gonna be like, "Look, Dixon,
Yeah, they're
this is all
They're
your
probably
fault."
bleeding out down there.
This is-
Dixon, what are you doing? All right, down the elevator. We're going. Boom, we're down. I really want to go down the cargo elevator with like the warning lights in my underwear and the shotgun.
You can if
But
you
all,
want.
that's more like
With the
end of the
dog and the
series.
shotgun.
That's more like end of Alien and
Those
not
are-
the beginning.
Those were both cargo holds too. You don't know which cargo hold he was talking about. He didn't say which one.
Yeah, I was going to mention you
Well.
could just go through the door and check the top one first.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. We'll
There's
do
an
that.
elevator that connects the two.
All right. Boom. Popped it.
Okay. You step
I
into the exterior space here, this large area. Compared to the rest of the ship, you probably come in here every now and then to kind of feel like you're in a larger space to get away from the kind of claustrophobia of being in a ship, even though your rooms are fairly large for spaceship rooms. The cargo hold is currently full of how much stuff, Steruya?
70 tons of
Okay, so it's full
stuff.
of containers right now that are kind of piled too near the ceiling. So there's sort of these rows that you pass through to see what's in here. It's a bit darker because they block the light. You step past one, you don't see anything. You step past another, you don't see
This is
anything.
just how
and roll
Alien
me.
started.
Go ahead and roll me a recon int, please.
I would say I would probably not go in this room a lot. Like even though it's bigger, it's like something.
Okay.
You know, it's very cold and
True.
you know, it almost makes it worse, right? Because it's like
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
sort of feel how creepy it is and like isolated. and
Unless it's like
dark.
empty and you're using it to like, I don't know.
But even
run
then,
laps
it's
or
like
something,
kind of
right? Maybe.
worse, right? Yeah, like
I
you
can see
might,
that.
but it's probably dark. Like it's a cargo hold. It's probably not super well lit.
Right.
But it's
That's
like
a fair
just
point.
having like the roof be that high, but also ceilinged, where it's like it almost tricks you into thinking there's a sky, but then it's definitely not a sky.
Yeah, it's just like a big kind of dark box that kind of really.
And then you're like, space.
There's nothing to
right on the other
distract.
side
I'd
of
rather
this
like sit
box.
here in the library or whatever and get a little bit more like coziness.
Little taste of home.
I just can pretend I'm not in the middle of the fucking
Oh, you both rolled. Okay. That was confusing what I was
parsecs
seeing for a second.
of darkness.
Heart of darkness.
Parts of darkness.
Dixon, as you step through the darkened space of this cargo hold full of these kind of strapped down and magnetically sealed to one another large cargo containers, there's this sort of anticipation. You've been here before, not this place like in this way, but you've been in this situation before. Maybe not in your underwear in the middle of a ship, but maybe.
Maybe.
But on Tarkeen, you've been here as a cop in the past. It reminds you of passing past some of the alleyways in Tarkeen. On Tarkeen, there was always this persistent threat from certain terrorist organizations. It was quite common, and would strike often to kidnap or maim Imperial citizens that would come there, essentially like as tourists and stuff like that. That's why Tarkeen itself is considered an amber zone by the Imperium. And warning, this place is dangerous. Not so dangerous that we forbid it, but it's dangerous. And this is where you're from. It brings you back to those alleyways, those moments of danger in the past, and it's not the most fun you've had aboard this ship. It's the first time probably on this ship that you've had a moment of kind of just discomfort in that way. But in some ways it's also reminiscent of it's familiar. And so in a way kind of reassuring. Oh, get it. weird bubble in my throat. I hate when that happens.
Pop it.
I need to get that drink too. Anyway, so you step into this darkened space, panning to the left and the right, looking down the small paths that you have. Some of them aren't wide enough to squeeze into, right? You couldn't you couldn't actually walk between the crates or anything, but you can still see through the crates. You think for just a moment on the other side of the cargo hold, on the port side, you catch a bit of movement through one of those cracks. And you go back to look again. You don't see anything there as you focus on the space, but for a moment it looked as though you did when you first passed by it. Sterulia, you don't see anything.
Somebody in here. God damn it. Get everybody. Get the crew in here.
Orange lights start to circle on the ceiling of the cargo hold. And you hear as the cargo elevator begins to lower.
No.
What? I don't recognize the lights.
You do. I'm saying that's why you recognize what those lights are.
Okay.
The lights are going, and the cargo elevator would be lowering from your level to the level below.
Call the captain. Lock down the ship. I will
Captain.
sort of strafe back
Lockdown.
towards the door here, where I'm assuming there's some kind of intercom that Sterulia is accessing.
Sterulia has her earcom.
Yeah, I got a calm
Yeah.
down. So it's just like person to person.
All right,
What the
Ryder.
fuck?
I mean, you get the call from Sterulia.
What's happening down there? And I'll put the ship
Stow
on
away, I
whatever
think.
lockdown and have.
Well, you don't really have controls on the bridge to like necessarily lock out the cargo hold, or like, but you can. Like the cargo elevator is controlled from the cargo elevator. Is what I'm saying. But like,
But what about the
without special
other
security
elevators?
parameters. You can lock down the airlocks and the elevators the iris ones that go between the upper level and the what's it called? Sorry, I gotta look on the map myself.
Lower level.
Deck A, you can lock off Deck A by locking off that iris, and you can lock off the iris ones that go into into the guns. That's what I'm trying to say.
What about the door
Fire
to
control. That's the word I'm looking for.
to M drive?
Those doors, I don't think any of the internal doors are lockable from the bridge. Let's see.
Well,
I'm
definitely
gonna go
want
into
to lock those.
stasis and go wake
I mean,
up
those
in the
can be,
actual
but I think you
future.
actually have to buy a thing for that. Like, I think you have to buy like a software package or something like for that.
The ship doesn't come with that. It's the most expensive ship in
Well,
the Earth.
okay, all airlocks and iris valves, so you could probably lock off. So you couldn't lock off crew quarters, but you could lock off the actual airlock into the M drive space. Anything that's an external door.
Okay.
That's sort of. I mean, I would kind of hope it was a big door for like radiation purposes, but. So you're saying we can lock all the doors in here, but not the cargo elevator?
Yeah, the cargo elevator just is locked from its own position, so you can lock you can lock it from the or you can lock the bottom from the top. Is basically how it works. The top is the main control of the main cargo hold.
Right.
Okay.
But did I see someone access the?
No, so the
cargo
place
controls?
is so it's hard because we don't have a lot of. Maybe I can just draw it in here. So what you've got, I didn't even think about that. I should have done that. That's stupid. So you were like in the middle. So go ahead and put yourself in the middle of the space again, like you were. So you were standing like there. So it's like this, right? You've got these kinds of rows of goods and stuff in here, creating these like lanes that you're like moving between. This space again is just full of different cargo stuff. Anyway, and so between this space, like here, there's like spaces that you can see between the.
Right.
Shit, I messed that one up. It doesn't matter. Spaces you can see between the crates and stuff, right? And that's what I'm saying. You can't fit between those spaces, but you could fit between the large gaps. But what you did run into was over. Let me go ahead and draw this. Okay, so you thought you saw movement over here on the port side of the ship through the crack, and right as you're like looking through this little crack here to see what's on the other side, the lights start to go off on the cargo elevator, and you like quickly turn to your left to look at the cargo elevator, and you can see it going down. That's all you see.
Right. All right. So I'll gonna come up here. Listen up. I don't know who you are. If you're a stowaway, whatever, we'll figure it out. Don't make me come find you.
So are you saying this like on in the open or on comms or what?
Just yelling out into the room, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, towards the port side, obviously.
Gotcha. All right, you don't get any response. The elevator continues down until you hear it lock on the bottom level. And there's silence.
We heard some screaming. If somebody needs help, you better let us know. Things aren't going to go good for you. Somebody's hurt down here.
Silence.
What's going on down there?
It's that dog.
Yeah, Mishka's in there with you, so she will. There is a moment where like she kind of growls in this low growl, which you haven't really heard her do since you kind of first ran into her, you know, and she was starving. Facing the same direction you thought you saw somebody for a second, and then as soon as the cargo elevator starts to move, her ears perk up and she looks the same direction. And there is kind of like a look of like canine confusion on her features there, even in that. Oops,
Mishka, find him. And I'll sort of gesture port side.
All right, she'll following you.
Heading in there. Well, okay, I'm sort of encouraging her to go first.
So she'll go out around
this. Gonna obey that or not?
Yep, she's making animal handling, but she'll mostly listen to you.
Let's go.
Okay, so she just follows you. You never roll that bad. Do this. There we go. Better. But yeah, she just follows you instead. Oh, but she does kind of go up ahead of you. Goes around the corner. You can see she kind of stops here, sniffs in the air, and like
you got something
up, like up towards the ceiling of the cargo hold. Kind of lowers her ears for a bit. I need to make a roll. That's an 8 though. Okay. So yeah, she will lower her ears and growl again, and then take off running down the path, the way back towards you, Dixon, like past you.
Okay.
And kind of you kind of like whoa, like step up back against the wall as she runs this way,
raising my
towards the middle where you saw the where the cargo elevator went down. She looks out here towards you, Staroya, who's standing there, and you get that same look of canine confusion. And about that time, you hear, and the elevator raises back into position, and Mishka kind of like jumps back and turns around, and it's just this empty elevator that goes into position. And she steps forward and steps onto it and just sniffs it, and then goes back over to you, Dixon.
The hell's going on? Where's the doc at? Get Roman in here.
Okay. Over the earpiece, I guess I'll say, Captain, we need more people. Get the doctor.
Okay, I'll send him down. But I'll just run to his room. Oh, the door's open. I just run into his room. Roman, wake up. We may have a stowaway on the ship. Oh, we can't hear you.
What's happening? What do you mean?
I'm not super sure, but stay really on the comms saying there might be an unwanted guest in the cargo hold. They need more people down there.
All right.
I gotta fly the ship.
What
Hurry
cargo?
down!
What time is it?
That's your
Give me
first
15
question,
more
that's great.
minutes.
8:15 a.m.
Please, Dad, 15 more minutes.
I'm just seeing if you woke him up in the middle of a sleep cycle or not. Okay. Depends on how groggy.
Roll
he
for
is.
REM cycle.
Alright, you're lucky. So, alright.
He's already ran off.
Lucky you could get punched if I was too asleep.
Alright, which cargo hold? Alright, where am I going?
Mr. Matthews, watch this elevator.
Hello, Roman's here.
Head the other way. This way.
What? Oh, alright.
Gonna take this elevator down to the other one.
Okay.
I follow Stereo.
Stop moving and you make you follow her.
I thought I could do it.
No, I have to set the portal thing again for you to move between levels.
Alright.
Again,
You said
it
you saw
lowers
someone in here?
down to the lower level. The space in here is even darker and harder to see than the space above. It's less well lit, just as packed full of cargo. You're staying adjacent to the cargo office that is kind of dimly lit space. That's this little space here, due to the terminal inside. Kind of a single band of light that encompasses the interior of the space. No doors there. Open to the lower section entirely.
So we thought this was a good idea not to put lights in here.
There are lights. They're just blocked by all the cargo.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like, why is
When we
spaceship
were
so
up
dark?
on deck B, the elevator moved.
It came to this level, so there's someone. Did you see who it was?
No.
Hello?
No response.
Hello? It's okay, I'm doctor. Do you need help?
I'm going hunting.
I'm still scanning, like, you know,
Stay
look, doing,
Use your heightened
looking,
senses.
paying attention to the pups to see if he reacts at all. Like, you know, any sign that he
His
detects
ears are
anything.
down. His tail
this
is
room.
kind of down as well. There's this sort of, there's this sort of anxiousness to their body language. Roll on animal handling.
So, is all that happened
should
was
be
the
difficulty
elevator
8.
went up? Who told? Where was the? Who saw
I'll be on
this
that. It's hard to say, I think.
Maybe it was just malfunction.
Well, Mr. Wells said he heard screaming.
Oh, this changes things.
Yeah.
Don't hear screaming now, I guess. Did he say like blood-curdling screaming or like, I don't know, playful screaming? Kids sound like they're getting stabbed all the time when they're playing. You ever hear a bunch of kids playing at the park?
He did not go into the particulars, but
Okay.
he said it was in the cargo.
Maybe I'll go back to sleep and we'll figure it out. There.
Solid
I think the
plan.
answer to this mystery is under my pillow.
I'll start going towards the cargo elevator then, I guess.
Okay. Feel free to move yourself.
Oh, yeah, I can do that now. Alright. I guess, maybe they weren't... If they were trying to hide, why would they be screaming? Was it passenger? Are all the passengers accounted for? Did we already look for that? Maybe one of the passengers went crazy and like...
Did all of them show up for breakfast?
They did.
Everybody except Lobert. I haven't checked them.
Oh shit. I
But
haven't
they're-
checked them in a minute.
They're in cryo, right?
That's what I thought. I thought they'd be alright. Maybe one woke up though. We gotta check low berth. I go to low berth.
Well, you gotta check cargo first. We're
Oh
here.
shit, alright. One thing at a time. One thing at a time, you guys. Stop getting ahead of ourselves. Alright. Hello!
Okay. Roll. Well, I'm not gonna make you roll anything to see that. Roman, on your side, you can see that there are two things that are different.
Oh. Different than what?
You closed the door I wanted to open.
Oh, I know, because I'm doing it in this moment. But Roman, you see that that door is already open.
Oh,
Both of
that's-
those doors are
oh.
open. You see that this door is open and this door is open.
I thought you told Ryder to lock down this place.
Wait, which door?
The door to the M drive.
Yeah.
The door to the M
Which-
drive.
That's the jump drive.
Yes, this is the jump drive actually, on deck C.
Damn it, I'm a doctor.
You need to learn the ship.
Not an engineer. That's your job.
But that's not the only door that's open. This door is also open.
Oh, to the... That's our smuggle hold?
It's one of the two.
Oh, you checked this smuggle hole, didn't you?
When we first got it, we checked. How did someone else know about this smuggle hold before we did? Like... Steroid, this door is open. I'll get on the comms. Ryder, we definitely have someone in, that's been fucking around the cargo.
We'll find them.
Do we have, like, bioscanners or something?
Nope.
How about we just systematically start shutting off the life support in these areas and smoke
All right,
them
I'll
out?
start with the cargo hold. And I shut off
Alright,
the
hold your
life
breath,
support.
Steruya.
Is opening an airlock a good idea when you're in a bubble of boiling hydrogen?
No.
I was just checking.
Not usually.
I'm not a physicist, so I was just checking.
Just a cop.
What do you guys got down there?
Well, I think you need to get up here.
Up?
Down.
Or
What?
down here. Get.
All right, I'll be right up.
He's on deck B, you're on deck C. The bottom of the ship.
All right. Yeah. Get down here.
Come on, Mishka.
Okay, so do you go to that elevator? Okay, so you're going in that side. All right.
Yes, man.
All right, then Sterulia and Roman, you hear from behind you the elevator activate near the cargo office.
I think they're at the cargo office.
It's Mr. Matthews. You just told him to come down here.
Oh yes, I'm jumpy.
All right, both you and Mishka come down.
What do we got?
Yeah. Looks like
Come out, you son of a bitch. Don't make us find you.
it looks like they've been hiding out in our smuggle hold. How they knew about it? They must know the ship. But the J drive engine room door was open. I think they may still be inside.
We're jumping for another week, you idiot. We're gonna find you.
And you were checking this one, right, Sterulia, up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I opened it, wanted to look in, make sure it was empty.
Okay. So you step inside of it and look into the interior. You don't see anybody inside of it.
True.
Something's happening. Maybe some kind of stealth.
You said you saw the Wells disappear, didn't you?
True. I don't know why.
Wells?
He might be able to help us find what's going on there.
Roll me an investigation, Dixon, I guess, since you're looking in there and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking around for anything out of the ordinary, obviously blood or anything
I'm
like
keeping
that.
my eyes on engine room door.
Okay. 10, that's a +2 effect. Okay, here you go.
I would make a call over the comms and say, "Attention passengers, please stay in your rooms until further notice." Kind of keep them out of the way.
Just routine house cleaning.
Do you see what I sent you there?
Well, obviously the orb's gone. What the hell?
You said what?
I said the orb's gone. You know that giant glowing,
Well, yes.
swirling orb thing that we
I
hauled
just
off
wanted to
that
make sure I
mountain?
heard you right.
Yeah, it's
The orb is
gone.
Gone.
There's some
Alright.
sort of scuff marks.
It's on the
I don't
ground.
know. Yeah, right there. You see? That wasn't there before.
It's like right in front of where you kind of had it stored.
I don't know. They did something to it,
This-
or they took it.
Did this thing do? Maybe it came alive.
Could it be?
You don't think it was some kind of egg?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Could be, but there would be some kind of residue or something, right?
You
Some sort of
think unless
shell.
it was some sort of like crystalline creature?
You gotta lay off the hooch, man.
6. That actually.
They're saying life exists in all facets.
Ryder, make me a recon int.
Well, whatever the case, I think it's still in there, which would probably be pretty bad if something happened to our engines right about now.
Yeah, I've got this door. You check engine room.
They're not gonna sabotage the engines. That would be suicide.
If they even know what they're doing, maybe it's just a baby that hatched out of this floating egg. Maybe it's hungry for engines.
Everybody knows alien babies are smart as hell.
So what are you doing, Sterulia?
Or instinctual.
At the moment, just stunner at the ready, watching this door.
Okay, so you watch that door. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going to
check the engine room.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Flying
go
the ship.
around and make sure that this door is. Oh, that's where Stir really is. All right, I'm just like watching Dixon's back then.
You step into the interior of the J drive space, what is basically engineering here aboard your ship. You take a few steps forward. You don't hear anything out of the ordinary. It is a bit louder in here, the thrumming of the J drive currently active, this sort of wum, 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 wum sound that's more audible in the space than in other parts of the ship. Kind of drowns out any sound. You have to speak up a bit just to talk to each other slightly in here. It's not like annoyingly loud, but it is louder than the rest of the ship is just by default. But it doesn't take long for you to notice, Dixie. You don't make a roll or anything. As soon as you turn to your left as you enter the space, the elevator there with the iris valve is clearly damaged and jammed open, with a bit of what looks to be one of the tops of one of the cargo containers literally jammed inside of the space of it. And it's kind of going like it's trying to close on it.
The ship.
At about that time, as you're like looking at this jammed iris valve, you can see that it is open to the M drive area above, or potentially elsewhere. You're not 100% sure, but what you can tell is that it is in a good situation, basically.
Wait, what do you mean?
I thought that iris went down to the.
No, it actually goes
turret.
outside. Or yeah, you're right. You have to go to the turret. That's one of the
Yeah,
ones that goes to the turret.
I was wondering. Yeah, where did that go?
There's two that go to different places, right? There's you can go from deck B up on either side to the two fire controls, and then there's on
Those are
deck.
next to the cargo elevators.
Yeah, and deck C here you have this space on the bottom of the ship that goes to. It's actually supposed to be a thing there. It's missing on this one for some reason. I don't know why it's on one and not the other. That's weird. But anyway, it's supposed to go up into the power plant area of the actual thing above you. The fire control ones are next to the cargo elevator.
Right. Okay. So it's in the ceiling though.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it would be in the ceiling, which is confusing on this map. Maybe that's why it's drawn like that. Yeah, I guess that's true. Why isn't it missing on the one deck? On the
It's
thing I have
jammed.
it on.
They don't want us to follow them. It's got to be somebody dangerous though. This is no casual stowaway. We got to get up to B. Quick.
All right, I'm on it.
I'm gonna wait here for a while, then I'll come up.
All right.
Okay. So, Ryder, I made you make that roll, and you failed. There you are. Thank you. You hear this sound right behind you.
I whip around.
Don't look at it; it doesn't exist.
You turn around. You don't see anything.
Let's go back to sleep.
Pull the covers over my head. That's what my comm sounds like. Guys, I hear something on the bridge.
Shit, on my way.
Shit. Oh god.
Heading up.
I need initiative for just Ryder.
Up and going.
That's a Bitch, how do I do that?
I'm gonna roll for everybody because they're trying to run up there, but yours is the only one that counts for combat.
There it is. I gotcha. Boom. I rolled.
Oh, that works.
I'm gonna die, guys.
You're gonna die.
Good thing I got my trusty flechette pistol on me at all times.
All right. Almost shimmering for a moment. This kind of kind of like the Predator for a second. This vision of it's almost like you're just looking through it, and then you realize that it's like you're looking through almost perfect glass, right? And then you realize it's not glass, it's like this kind of chameleon Dixon. It's this kind of chameleon structure to some kind of insect creature on the ceiling of the bridge that drops down right in front of you.
Hey, bug off!
And then solidifies as this kind of bright red color. It goes first, and then you go. And then normal combat rounds.
Well, this fucking sucks. This shit
So
was cool for a week.
So it makes an attack against you in melee. That's a miss. So it snaps out at you with this bite, and you manage to just barely miss it. I'm making sure it can't do.
Try to bite you?
Yeah, tried to bite it.
Yeah.
Oh, punk ass.
Dodge that shit. I pull out my bug spray.
Let me go ahead and put this on. Your bug spray.
It's like that lizard dude they fought in Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah, I mean, except that it's literally got 6 legs and crawling on the ceiling.
So was the thing? Well, I only have 4 legs, but it was on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
What the fuck? And he's got his. Oh, it's just a mama looking for her baby. She wanted her egg back. She needed her egg back.
Where did she come from?
Oh, maybe it's the baby. Okay.
That's her turn, so now
Did we
it
pick
is
her up
Ryder's
in
turn.
the fucking void?
I'm trying to make sure she doesn't give both of her attacks in one turn. Oh, she does. Okay, hold on. So she also spews out this spray of acid, which hits the consoles and kind of. It doesn't seem to damage it any. It just kind of sizzles there on the consoles as you step to the side. Again, the spray just missing you.
Don't step to the side. Take it. We can't afford to replace that console.
Yeah.
But now it's your turn, Ryder.
We have a doctor.
You're gonna
Oh, those
easily
count as melee.
replace a
Up your
rider.
face.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna pull out my flechette
Fight.
pistol.
Yeah, you're gonna fucking fight.
Okay, so you're in
Shoot.
melee.
Oh.
You are in melee. Technically, you're sitting down as well.
Well, that's true. So I guess I'll pull my blade out
Okay.
that I have on my belt.
Yeah.
Fucking try to stab the bitch.
All right. So I'm gonna
Second
say
litter.
you can use like half of your movement or whatever if you want to stand up from the chair. There's no rule that I saw for standing up from
Okay.
chairs and stuff.
So
Just
then
spend a little movement to stand
that
up.
should be an attack that I miss on.
That's a miss. So you stab out with this blade, quickly drawing it from your belt, and it kind of scrapes across this strange carapace. Right,
I
then it's your
try to
turn.
punch it with my other
Ref said
hand.
that word.
Roman. It's your turn, Roman.
I am boot scoot boogieing to deck B from the cargo elevator I'm in.
Okay. So you're gonna go up by yourself?
Whoever.
Cargo elevator.
I did the closest thing I could.
Oh, that thing's slow as shit.
Well, I'm taking it.
We gotta get there.
Mishka. I called the dog.
All right, she'll hop up on the cargo elevator with you.
Nice.
Kill the bug.
Bam! I hit the button.
Oh wait, the cargo elevator is all the way up.
I thought it came down to
just
this
went up.
level.
No, it went up. It came down and then went back up at the end. So you had to wait for it to come down. So
Well, if that's the case, I probably wouldn't do that.
okay.
I had to wait, unless it was I would have judged that. Is that Saria running towards the? Yeah, I guess I'll run towards the shaft then.
Okay, so you have to use your normal amount of movement.
Yeah.
How much movement can you move in a?
It's not a thing. I want to say it's 18 meters.
Yeah. So there you go. So you can move straight to the elevator from the
Alright, Staruya, let's get to riding. And I'm gonna pull out my stunner. As a bonus action?
Not a thing.
Or secondary action?
But no, you use your 3 minor actions, or whatever they're called,
That's what I was looking
to move 18 meters.
for. Oh, I doubled it. Oh, okay, I see.
You
Okay.
get 1
Cool.
small action, 1 big action, or you get 3 smalls, which
Yeah.
each one lets you go 6 meters.
Alright, I do that.
Yeah.
Hold the shift.
So that's your turn.
Yes.
Dixon, your turn.
So he made a call, but did I hear it? You know, he says he hears a bug on the bridge.
I mean,
Did I
that
hear
happened right before the combat started, so I would say everybody that was on comms could have a chance to have heard that.
That's what I mean. I don't have a comm.
If you don't have a comm, then no, you're not hearing it. except
Staruya
for-
did say something. I think.
Yeah, but I don't know what that crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. You heard Ryder
Says-
say, "I'm coming," and yell and ran, so you would hear that in the other room.
mean
Other
Roman.
than that. Roman, sorry, yes.
Comdot's 10 credits. Why don't you have one?
When we're 10 credits short this month, you'll know. You'll know why.
I stole mine off a dead
When we
guy.
make it by three credits, you'd like.
Yeah, yours
okay,
isn't a
we
comm
better
dot, though.
calm
Yours
down.
is a comm unit. You have to hold.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta press a button?
I mean, I would
Yeah.
probably just try to like.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Try to jump up and like unjam this elevator.
Okay, I mean, all it would take is an action. You spend an action, you can pull the top 3, and it'll. It's usable.
All right, then I'll
again.
use my minor to go up the elevator then.
Okay. It basically puts you out right underneath the area here where you come out where the power plant is. It's kind of like a maintenance access thing for a bit of it. You slide the like the shutter. It's basically like a little maintenance hatch to the side and step out just in front of the power plant. And that'll be the end of your turn because you'd spend.
I wasn't planning on having kids anyway. All right, that's it.
Okay, so now it's back to its turn. So it's gonna snap at you again. Actually, it's gonna try and hit you with the spray of acid. Yes, hit you. Prepare to take some
Bullshit.
damage. It's extremely painful as the left half of your body is sprayed by this green acid that just kind of bubbles on your skin, and there's filled with this awful smell as it strikes into you, and then it snaps down in the same area that it bit you, or that it sprayed acid on you in a bite.
That's not fucking good.
Great.
Oh, I'm gonna like
And
go
hits
down.
once again. and you are unconscious.
I'm unconscious.
Oh.
All right, Mishka's turn.
Ryder's gonna
She's-
die.
She will follow.
Oh shit.
Making sure her movement's the same. Yeah, alright. So she is going to get to here. That's about the end of her movement. Oh no, shit, she can move way further than you guys. She can move twice as far as you guys can. Holy
Let's go
fuck.
to the bridge.
I guess since she's trained, she'll go up the elevator on her own. They're meant for one person at a time anyway. So Mishka like jumps in the pod, beats you just to it, jumps in right before you, and heads up
Like,
to here. I'm surprised how
Take
much
my
fucking really.
stunner!
I gotta get this
No, I
damn
don't
pointer
do
off my screen. Take my stunner. She bites it in her mouth.
the frame like narrows real quick.
Okay, that puts her out here. So yeah, so she comes up the elevator. How much more movement does she have? So another 18.
Jesus.
Let's see,
I need 4 legs.
She can actually make it to you, which is hilarious.
Just in time to watch you die.
So
If it was Dixon, she might give a fuck.
Oh man.
she busts into the bridge.
She just
and,
immediately runs over to him, starts eating his.
Tax Rider.
You're like, she got
She runs into the bridge directly adjacent to it and growls. But that's all she can do. That's her entire movement. But it will jump back and kind of look at her now.
Well,
that's
'cause
all- that's
I'm
everything she's got.
unconscious.
Yeah, you're laying like slumped back on the chair, like
Yeah.
like convulsing, and and a giant dire wolf ran in the room. So yeah, even if you were still awake, you would probably be less intimidating than the giant dire wolf. Stay roll your
I don't know. I don't know.
Up elevator.
All right, so that's one of your 3 actions. Or one of your 2 minors, how you want to think of it.
Now, well, I need 2 out of 3 minors to shoot, so
That's right.
I'll just move up.
All right, let's see, you can get to, right behind Mishka, basically.
Basically, get here just in time to watch me die.
You enter this space, you now see this basically strange giant alien bug with this weird shimmering carapace, and it kind of like it sees you and reacts to you very slightly in its movement. It's this strange, quick alien movement as it crawls backwards, but it's mostly fixated right now on Mishka. Ryder is now slumped in a pile of sizzling green ooze on the chair. That ends your turn. Ryder, you're unconscious. I don't remember what the rules are for being unconscious. What are the rules for being unconscious?
Look here.
You don't get to do anything.
It's mostly fun.
It's mostly fine. I don't think there's like death saves, is there?
No. There's no death save mechanic.
I don't think you can do anything.
I don't think you can.
So just to confirm, in terms of your 3 physical stats, is he asleep? Oh,
He's
doing good
unconscious.
things. I like it.
Method acting.
I like it.
Acting.
Seriously,
He's at
you
right,
run in the
so-
room. You're like,
Narcolepsy
Ryder, wake
thing.
up! There's a battle
He is
happening.
currently
Wake up, you're getting
at
attacked.
Dude,
he's
lazy.
currently at 006.
How is...
Yeah, you don't want to lose
what
that
the-
3rd stat, I'll say that.
Or he's at
Is that
he's
what you
at-
say when you run in?
his endurance is 0, his strength is 0, and his dexterity is 6. So if that 6 goes to 0, he dies.
Yeah. It's definitely true.
I don't think you're gonna come out of this without some sort of long-term injury.
Yeah, we have a med bay.
Says the doctor with a med bay.
There's nothing I can do. It melted off.
You need to get help immediately, and he's gonna finish his sleep
need a
before he does
hospital, man.
You
anything.
have to replace your other eye. Wait, what side of your body is your left? Oh, your left eye is the one that's bad anyway, or was replaced. So, yeah. So
Okay.
you're currently
That's
your
good.
because your left side of your body is what got hit by the.
At least it
spray
melted
acid.
the left side of my body
Yeah.
to coincide with my eye.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm lucky. The writer's got that fucking crazy luck.
But yep. So you don't get to do anything. Roman, your turn.
I continue my movement through the shaft into deck B.
Okay.
And
Pretty much it. He just
Come around the corner. You can see
unconscious.
because the doors are open here in the crew commons and the bridge. Steruya and Mishka standing off with this enormous looking alien bug of some kind, and Ryder something back in the chair, kind of gurgling like
it
foam
looks like
coming
a
out of his
cricket
mouth.
like that.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I wouldn't call that a cricket.
How big is it?
but about the size of a human, a little bit smaller
What
than a human.
the fuck? Does Roman recognize this creature?
No, absolutely not.
Wow, okay. And I see. Whoa, right. Shit. I'm gonna. That's not all. That was my minor action. I still get movement.
That was your.
And it's.
You get three. You get three
don't
minor
get any.
actions.
You don't get any movement. Yeah, each minor action moves you 6 meters up to 6.
Can be. So if you want to
So I
shoot
would like
him,
to-
if you want to shoot it or whatever, let's say that costs 2 minor actions. You spent 1 to get up top already, so you've got 2 left. If you want to move more, you can spend those 2 to move more, which would get you basically up there next to Steruya.
If you move anymore, you can't. Sure, you can't shoot.
I can't use 1 minor to move and 1 to aim already.
You
You
can,
can do
yes,
it to
you
aim,
can.
but you can't shoot.
All right. I don't think. Well,
But that does give you.
I don't
bonus
think I'm
next time.
effective from here anyway.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Shoot.
exactly. You don't want to.
So I'm gonna minor move. What, 6
Okay.
meters?
Yeah.
And then I will ready my stunner and take an aim at this
you can get to,
alien
like,
creature.
Do you?
Somewhere there.
Did you have, or did you already have your stunner drawn? Because that would also be a minor action.
That's right.
I did say that I pulled it out actually when I started running towards the elevator.
Okay, I'll allow for you to have it out. That's fine. We do need to be like pretty regimented about those in the future, but it's fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I totally.
think you would've-
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just
can
mean
go
like
to
we
the
didn't
tape
count it as a
later.
minor action at the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I
not saying
see.
that you. I don't care that you said it or not. I'm talking about how we counted
Gotcha.
actions when it happened.
As. Alright. So cool. Okay. Yeah. So then I'll aim my thing at the guy.
All right, that ends your turn.
Yeah.
Dixon, your turn.
So the only thing is, after you're unconscious for a minute, you can make an endurance check to just regain consciousness.
Okay.
Is that under the same instances of being injured unconscious, though? Like he's unconscious because of an injury. He's not like rendered unconscious because of like.
Yeah, I mean, I think just same way that if
Yeah, I
you
think
get
it's the
knocked
same status.
unconscious, you can, you will wake up eventually. Essentially, it's not like you're unconscious until.
You start making checks to see
Forever.
if you'll wake up eventually.
Right, just
right?
after a
Yeah.
few minutes, you come to. Like you got knocked out essentially. But it's a minute.
Yeah.
So it's
I mean,
probably-
inherently, Traveler
Won't be dead in a minute.
Traveler is very, very deadly. You saw how quickly he got dropped, but it is,
Yeah.
but it's usually kind of wrapped around this down but not out kind of condition, where you go down, but you don't just bleed out right away as you're dying. Most of the time, you're kind of in this state. But sometimes you can just go straight to dead. You know what I mean? Like he almost did. He like almost died, right? And if something else hadn't ran in the room, when I attacked him as an unconscious thing, there was almost no way he was gonna live. So
I mean, they were just because of those crazy damage.
Mishka, save your fucking ass.
but Dixon, it's your turn.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Well, I'm looking for anything amiss in this room.
Yeah. It looks pretty clear.
Sure.
I guess I'll move through here again.
So I'd say that's 1, 2. I think you can get to like here if you're like looking through.
Okay. Yeah.
So, right there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or maybe even like right up in front of the door like that, but not through it though, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So you can probably see down the hall and see that there's a fucking giant bug down there now. But
Yeah,
other
I guess
than-
I would
other than
probably see some commotion.
yeah,
Probably not.
other than
but
down the hall, the rider slumped back in the chair, maybe not because he's like covered by all this action. This giant weird bug, Mishka growling and like
yeah, I would assume she'd be
barking
barking
at this
and
thing.
stuff,
I mean, she's
yeah.
definitely being very loud, right? Like, which is uncommon for her. Usually she's just quiet, follows you around. Stay Ruya in there, kind of in Stay Ruya's sort of like pounced, ready to go, Aslan body position, and even Roman now, stunner in both hands, running forward. A lot of yelling. But other than that, you probably don't have a great idea of what's happening. It's its turn now. Well, it is going to attack Mishka. It's not going to attack Ryder because there's a giant direwolf in front of it. So it is going to.
Yeah, well, wouldn't it attack the most intimidating thing? So pretty sure it would kill me.
The most intimidating thing. All right. Oh shit, that's the wrong attack. So it's gonna do acid spray first at Mishka. And miss. Stay Ruya, it sprays almost onto you as it sprays past Mishka. Mishka just kind of definitely dodges to the side. Then you can see this spray up the side of the wall. It doesn't hit you because that's not a rule in the game, but just dramatically it sprays past you and you're kind of like, oh fuck, as it sizzles on the wall. It takes its bite attack at Mishka. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I made it bite itself instead of it.
Nice.
It doesn't do damage, but it would have missed
canon.
anyway. It's like bites one of its own legs. Yeah, so a 6 would have missed anyway though to hit Mishka. So it tries to bite at Mishka and misses once more. That ends its turn. Oh, now it's Mishka's turn. So she will bite at it now, having just sidestepped its bite and its spray attack. That's a miss. It sidesteps once more. It's uncommonly fast, and she only gets the one attack. Man, her attack is fucking mean though, man. What the... Too bad she didn't bite. Stay roll, your turn.
All right, well, I'll take aim with the stunner and as a minor action, and then shoot it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's the range on a stunner? 5?
I think it depends on the stunner.
Deal 10, stunners 5, so I think it's still short range. It's not short range.
What TL is it? 8, 10, or 12?
10.
So it's 5, yeah. 12 is the higher
What's-
range one.
Yeah, 5
Minus-
meters.
What's the -2 for?
-2.
It says small -2. Is the insect small or something?
Guess you're within range. Alright, sorry. No.
That's a good question. 'Cause Mishka got that as well.
Oh yeah. It does have the small category. I guess because it's shorter or whatever. than a person like standing up, which makes it harder to shoot in melee, or not shoot melee, to shoot at range. Because the way they
Size
crawl.
of a badger or a...
Well, either way, I hit the thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because they specifically describe Tinder's wolf as being pretty big, but I guess it doesn't. It's not as tall as a person is in its space, so it's the important part for ranged. But you're right that Mishka does also have that category. Oh no, she doesn't. She has. Armor.
No, she got the minus for attacking.
Yeah, she got minus attack.
I see. Yeah. Right, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, the First Blood Hunter does have the small category. I'm looking at the details on the exact size.
Okay,
There's all different ranges.
So they're a
not
meter.
quite as big as...
They're a meter big.
And it's a bug.
Yeah, it's a meter-long, stinging insect
Well, that's
thing.
the captain. It's a big, fierce beast.
Well, if I ran into a meter-long
You
insect, I'd be
muggus,
terrified.
Insect thing.
Meter is bigger than a dog.
It spits acid. I don't care how big it is.
It's fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what that -2 is. And that hits. So, but it's a stunner, so that technically isn't dead.
So all that damage, I'm looking it up, but basically all that damage goes to endurance.
Okay. Well, that doesn't mean anything because NPCs don't have endurance stats.
Yeah, they just have hit points.
For alien NPCs like this, creatures and stuff.
Lethal, only reduced from endurance, taking into account the armor. And then any over damage is essentially rounds of incapacitation.
Yeah.
And I think animals basically treat all their hit points as endurance. I think.
Yeah,
Which,
so it's
again, is
4.
obviously plenty.
Yep. So it's
It's down for
4 rounds is what it's down for. So it takes this stun blast. This is, I'm sure it's not. Yeah, it takes a stun blast and kind of like shakes for a second and falls over, and its legs curl in the way a spider's does when it dies. But you can still tell it's still alive.
Well, that's the end of my turn.
Yeah. Because it's still alive, we're going to keep going. Roman, your turn.
I'm gonna fire at this thing again. Because I was already aiming for it. And I saw it
Yeah.
drop. So I've never done this before. I've never fired anything in this game, so.
You're technically pretty far from it right now.
Nah.
You're 9 meters away, which is pretty far.
If
Your
I were to
range,
use a.
you could move up 1. You could use a minor to move up 1.
And still be aiming, I'll do that.
Yeah,
You already spent the thing. I'm not sure how that works.
No, I think if you do anything other than aiming more, I
Yeah.
think you lose the aim.
Breaks the aim. Okay, then I'll just aim and shoot then.
Okay, so you just take the negative.
All right.
And what is the
Let me see
negative
here.
for the out of range, for double range?
-2.
All right, so
Is it 9? So it's the default's
yeah, if
5.
you're within this
Isn't-
2 range,
So yes.
then it's long. 1 second. Range.
Yeah. So the aim is +1, but then the range is like -2, I think, right? Is that right?
But did you aim a second time?
Mm-mm.
No.
But you
Okay.
can if you want. If you want to keep aiming the fire.
I guess I will since I have the actions. I'll take another side. What are the, shit.
Minor to aim.
Minor.
Thank you. Jeez, I was like small. No, what? Small action.
Yeah, so
We'll
it's
use a
minus so
small
that
action.
so the 2 aims cancel out the long range, so it would just be an
So
even
yeah, just be a
roll.
regular roll then.
All right. And so
Unless you got a laser sight on yours like I do.
I don't have it souped up yet. I grab the
Yeah, laser sight's pretty cool.
the damage part and drop it on the enemy. Is that how that works?
You have to make. Well, first you have to roll to attack.
Yeah, so it's the
Okay.
one.
Oh, the one right above that?
Yeah, the end of the top.
I drop it
row
on the
is
enemy
your
still?
hit.
Yeah, just like in D&D. Just goes just barely missed.
All right. Cool.
Because it's so small. Dang.
Yeah. Yeah, that small makes it pretty hard to hit. Yeah.
It was like falling as I fired at it too.
Yeah.
So like, the aim changed.
Dixon, your turn. You see them shooting at this thing, and it kind of
God
clumping over.
Damn it!
and
What's
kind
going
of
on up there?
Still twitching and stuff. Making this
Kind of
weird
want a second
sound.
stunner.
What the fuck?
Just go ahead and start blasting. Who cares?
That's it. All I can do. I'm done.
All right. Well, it's unconscious for 4
right up in
rounds, so
there.
it doesn't do
What
anything.
the fuck is that?
But Mishka's gonna bite it because that's what she does. So whether it's unconscious or not.
Good.
So she's biting at it. Which actually, hold on. There's a whole thing with biting, with the way melee in. Something that's unconscious. What is that? I forgot that.
Is there?
Yeah. Shit. Oh no! What is it? I'm in the Traveler SRD looking at it right now.
So I used the minor and a major. Shooting is major, right? Do I still have a minor?
No, major is 2 minors.
You get one of major and one of minor, and you can convert your major to 2 minors.
Okay.
Option.
Where did I read this? I think it was a boon. Personal
Makes
range,
some
another
sense.
attacker suffers a negative 2. Oh yeah, that's something we forget about too. Okay, yeah, we forgot about like firing into combat because it was in melee. You would have also taken a -2 to your range attack rolls.
If I cared about not shooting the dog.
If a character is firing a weapon at a target who is at personal range with another combatant, then the attack suffers a -2 DM. If the attack misses, you roll 1d6 on a 4+. The attack hits the nearest combatant to the original target. It's not like if you care about shooting the dog or not. It's period because they're dancing around each other. So, what was your initial attack?
9?
An 8. You rolled an 8.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so it's at full health. All right, that's fine. Now we know, and that means I'll put it back on its turn because it didn't get a chance to do anything on its turn. So again, it's gonna try and spray Mishka and hit. And she, as this acid sprays down her side, bubbling, she seems very angry now. It tries to bite her. Also hits. I won't let me grab the damage. There it goes. It kind of latches onto her for a minute, pulling a bit of fur and flesh free. Now it's Mishka's turn. And she misses because she already rolled and missed. I am reading her thing though to make sure. Why does it say laser? Oh wow, she has laser protection on. I didn't realize that. Holy crap. Tensor's wolves are like resistant to lasers. That's fascinating.
Randomly under routine tasks, it says a routine task might be hitting a prone victim in melee. Which is just would imply it's minus
Well, it didn't
2.
matter because it wasn't prone or unconscious or anything anyway. But yeah, that is something we need to figure out. Just reading her thing. Okay. Oh shit! I did forget to use this pouncer thing though. That's okay. Stay Ruya, your turn.
Well, I guess I'll take aim and shoot at it.
Okay, so plus for the sight, plus for taking aim, -2 for it being in melee. So -2 total, or no, you're just even because you're not at range or anything. So yeah. So it's an even roll. That's a hit. Okay. Now it goes to the prone.
Kerblabba.
The state. Exceeds hits by 3, so for 3 rounds. Roman, now it's your turn. So it didn't go down when you shot at it before. It was just still dancing around when you shot at it. You still missed, but it wasn't going down as you shot it.
And it's on the ground, right? And Ryder's in his chair,
Yeah.
looking fucked up.
I mean, he probably fell out of his chair.
I mean, that's true. That's fair. At this point, he might be slumped down below the chair. We'll see.
At the side of that, I'm gonna use my movement and bump past Dixon and say, I have to get to Ryder. And then
Check me one more time.
how do I do the measuring? Okay. Can I
Just
make
go
it to
pointers. You can move
18 if I use my whole thing?
18 if you move your whole thing, 12 if you move 2. Still have 1 minor.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna sprint past Dixon through the doorway, push past,
Nixon's doing his weird camera shit again.
What?
push past,
I'm not doing anything.
and I'm gonna try and like skirt around this gross looking thing on the ground. And then as I'm doing that, my last minor, I guess, is pulling out my TL10 medkit.
Okay. Yeah, you put away your stunner and pull out your med kit.
It's like, Ryder, stay
Block
with
your
me.
Stunner, whatever.
Ugh, what is that thing?
All right, Dixon, now it's your turn. Mishka's tough as shit. It did fuck her up pretty good though, but I was looking
That
at her
thing's
HP.
nasty.
She's tough. Yeah, that
Took
acid
the
heat
heat
is
off of-
mean.
One action I go in here. Alright, so I'm gonna take a second. How bad is this acid situation?
It's kind of sitting on stuff still. It doesn't seem to react to the metals and stuff like that. Though on the chair where Ryder was sitting at, it kind of has like a faux leather finish to it or whatever. It's like basically just worn holes in it, like straight to the metal.
What's this door to the east? Starboard.
Oh, on starboard, that's the like emergency supplies or whatever, emergency equipment locker. You talking about this one here that I'm opening and closing
Yeah.
the door on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the emergency equipment locker.
Okay. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, I see it's pretty well knocked out. I'm gonna stow my weapon, and I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna like just pin it, basically.
Okay.
With
Reach down and grab it.
with my cybernetic arm.
Okay. Yeah, you can hold it. It
So
doesn't
I'm not
seem...
picking it up. I'm just kind of like holding it down.
All right. That ends your turn then?
Yeah.
Bitch gonna bite it. If you're especially if you're holding it.
I mean, I'll be like, Mishka's okay.
Okay. Go ahead and make an animal handling. Let's see, because she's pretty hurt. It'll be DC 10. Okay, so 12. So with a effective +2, she goes to bite it. I'm gonna see if she would hit it. She would, but then like as you kind of like, Michigan, no, stop. She like kind of like resists doing the damage basically. So doesn't chomp down and kind of stops and looks back at you, makes a slight whine and takes a step back. But that's about it. When it's her turn. Stay Roya, your turn.
What do you mean it's okay? We don't have containment.
I mean, seems harmless enough. Can't we?
I'm gonna step up and Duke-claw damn thing.
God damn it! Where's your sense of scientific discovery?
All right, roll attack. What was the rule for prone?
Well, in one place, it specifically says like if you're meleeing something that's prone, it's a 6, which would imply -2. But in general, when attacking a prone thing, it's a -1. Like especially if you, in the context of like reacting and diving.
So
right, that's with ranged
prone,
weapons and stuff, though.
yeah, I think with the ranged,
ranged,
it's a -1, but if you're in melee, it's +2.
Or -2 to the difficulty. So yeah. So yeah, I would set the difficulty to routine then. I don't know if that actually affects the attack in Fantasy Grounds or not, though. But just make your attack, and it means
I think
you
it
hit on
does.
6. Okay, so yeah, it's a hit. Oh no, it's not a hit. Why does it say 3?
It said -4.
Oh, I see.
Because I'm not very good with my Duke-claw, and it's small.
That's -4. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so you punch in there and kind of hit it, but not enough to do any real damage to it.
So I guess from your perspective, Dixon, it would probably look like I'm just putting my hand on it.
I think I would know if you're trying to sneak
I mean, you'd probably see the Duke-claw from the palm, but clearly it didn't do anything, so...
Yeah, I mean, at most it looks like you're smacking it, probably. but
We've never seen you
like
use
a
it,
cat,
technically.
just slapping it.
What I want you to do is probably stun
Roman's
again,
turn.
so it doesn't wake the fuck back up.
I'm gonna medic the fuck out of Ryder. Start slapping her in the face.
Oh yeah,
Spinning my
that's not how
hands.
medicine works.
What?
I think you're confusing medicine with porn.
all right, go ahead and give me the roll. You're doing first aid, right?
I am indeed. I'm whipping out all my.
To take
Caleb
1d6?
I pull out my bandages and
Turns.
my gauze and my disinfectant. No, I'm gonna pull out all
It takes
my things.
1d6 turns. Yes, he has to roll that.
Okay. So,
Should I do that first?
I mean, you have to do it as part of the action.
I'm gonna roll 1d6. Oh, it takes 4 turns.
Yeah,
For
so
the heals.
4 rounds from now. All right, so
And I will roll my.
This is
Well,
first.
maybe I wait till the 4th round to roll the heal.
you do. So you just
Okay.
remember, round 10 is when it matters. Your turn on round 10. This is what you're doing for the next 4 rounds. Dixon,
Okay.
your turn.
Start tearing
Alright,
gauze and pouring disinfectant on his acid burns.
I'm going to.
I mean, he's not completely like. He's not. Ryder, you're not so unconscious that you can't talk. I want to make that clear. It's not like pure D&D. Like you could right now you're like gurgling and like and stuff. So
that's even worse.
So yeah, you could try to talk, but it would be like through like foaming at the mouth and all this stuff. Anyway, Dixon, what are you doing?
I'm pulling out my stunner and stunning him.
Okay, so you pull your stunner out as you're trying to hold it with one hand and put it point blank to it and fired, which is still because it's writhing around and stuff. You still have to make the roll.
Okay, so minors to draw the stunner, so now aiming.
-3 to hit.
So -3 for which
it should automatically do
2 because it's small.
2 for small, 1 for prone.
Wait, no. Prone is a...
For range, it's minus.
Let's see what you mean. I don't approve. Let's see what you mean. Okay,
Yep. How'd you still...
Oh, I didn't drag it onto the thing.
Fucking Marginal Simpson.
So that's a miss.
Yeah. Alright, well, that's all for me then. Stun that bastard! Get back, Mishka.
Where did my mouse cursor go? Oh, it's over there. That's weird. Roll animal handling. Since you said that. Dixon. Yeah. Okay. So that's a fail. So on her turn, she will kind of snap in at it as it does one of these particular violent twitches. Sort of still terrified. You can see her lowering her tail down. She seems very cautious. You kind of pull your stunner out and try to fire at it, and it misses as it twitches at near you, and as it gets close to you, Mishka lunges in to bite. And I'm trying to look up this trait thing that I have for her that I totally had forgotten about. So I should be able to... Here we go. Traits are interesting on these animals. Panzer, Panzers, Recon, Stealth Athletics. Super Sport Instinct +4. Okay. Weird. She bites at it. Again, it kind of squirming around so much. She does bite a hold of it, but it's not enough to do anything. Just can't quite get a hold of it. Staroya, your turn.
I guess I'll take a step back, shoot the damn thing with the stunner.
Okay, so that is -3. 2 of it's automatically handled. So -1 for the melee, but +2 for your sight, or +1 for your sight.
I don't think you need to step back. I don't think it's threatening.
Yeah, I don't think that matters. But either way, it's in melee, technically with something. So that's a -1. And it's prone, which is a -1. And it's small, so that's -2. And you have +1 from your laser sight. So that's -3. But it automatically handles 2 of those negatives when you roll on it, so it's just -1. So just click -1 and make your attack. All right, so because it is in melee range and you missed a ranged attack and you rolled a 4 or lower, then that means you shoot somebody else in the melee or in the area. So let's go to that real quick.
Oh, right in my area.
Right in my area.
And that Chinese food, oh my god. I was like super reluctant to get it from this place because last time it wasn't that great, but it was like so fucking good. It was the best I've ever
That was really
had
good this time.
at that place.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Couldn't stop. Stop doing that.
What?
What?
I literally just read it right on here. Vehicles.
Teachers open the
there it
door,
is.
but you must enter by yourself in bed.
-2 DM. If the attack misses, it would have been a -2, so you would have missed me more, but it's fine. Roll a d6, so you have to roll a separate d6. And then if it's a 4 or lower, the attack hits the nearest other combatant to the original target, which is either gonna be Dixon or Mishka, because they're both touching it. So I'm just gonna roll to see which one it is. Highs, lows. All right, so Dixon, you shoot Dixon.
God damn it.
That's funny. Go ahead and shoot Dixon. Go ahead and roll your damage on Dixon.
Good thing his phaser was set to fun.
Yeah, Dixon stands up and starts dancing.
He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt all of a sudden. Whoa, hey!
Hey, damn.
I'm on vacation!
Flips his sunglasses down.
Hey, we're going to Riza!
All right, yeah, Dixon, you take a stun blast from Sterulia
All
right
right,
in the
well.
face.
Your main man Dixon's unconscious for 2 rounds, I guess.
What the fuck?
It's all falling apart. No, you have to lose. You have to lose out of 2 to go unconscious.
Not for stunner.
Oh, is that true?
That's what a stunner does. That's the advantage of a stunner is that it works against endurance only. Essentially.
Yeah, if it zeroes out your endurance,
you're
you're
right,
unconscious.
All right, well, you're unconscious.
All right, half the party is unconscious now. Good job, guys. We are on track. This is a good battle.
Just so you know, it wakes up in round 8. So-
We're
or
all
can
going to
wake
be
up.
unconscious. It's going to wake up and be like, "Oh, I won." What
TPK.
happened?
Yep. So now it's Ryder's turn, who's unconscious. Now it's Roman's turn, who's working on him for the next 4 rounds. Now it's Dixon's turn, who's unconscious. Now it's the First Blood Brute Hunter's turn, which is currently unconscious. Now it's Mishka's turn, who isn't unconscious. So she'll bite it
Good. Kill that piece of shit.
and miss as it writhes around. Sterulia's turn once more, who is conscious. The only people that are conscious right now are Sterulia and Mishka. Right now.
All right, I'll take a minor action to aim and shoot.
Okay.
Please get him.
Miss. In melee, once again, roll d6. 1, so you're gonna shoot Mishka.
Jeez.
Alright, she's still up, fucking tough. Yeah. Alright.
Blasted away.
Unconscious, working on waking up and helping Ryder.
2 more
Unconscious.
rounds after this.
This is your second round being unconscious.
Yeah,
Dixon's.
so I wake up next round.
You wake up next round. This is the time that the first Root Hunter wakes up though.
The what?
This is round 8. This is he wakes
The
up
bug.
with the original stun. The bug is now
The
awake.
first?
First Brood Hunter is what it's called. Yes. That's what I have written down here anyway.
It's
You
a
don't know what
first
that means.
brute.
I start looking for the others. No.
All right, yeah, it wakes up. Does it get to attack? Let's see.
This is goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching. This is the death of our
I
crew.
mean, it's awake. I assume it's prone and awake.
And hungry. Really pissed off. Ryder got taken out in like a second.
Yeah, it
Like,
cleaned up pretty fast.
He heard a chitter and he turned his chair around and goes, "Hello?" And then acid spit on him.
I mean, then the predator decloaks, except it's it's a 1 meter long space bug. I mean, that's
Where do we get
nightmare
space
fuel
bugs?
right there?
It's true. It's true.
From space. I don't know.
It's from space.
I mean, we're delousing this thing when we get to.
Delousing
Oh my
this
God.
thing.
Everybody hold your breath. We're gonna open all the airlocks. Get this thing out. Debug this thing.
All right, second attack against Mishka.
Yeah, we should have hired Linda 100%.
I know. Where the fuck is Linda when we need her, bro? Lunatic.
Oh God, Mishka! Holy shit! Mishka's almost dead.
Man.
She's very close to being dead.
I won't feel cool about that.
That ends the first Brood Hunter's turn.
Where's the second?
Now it's Mishka's turn. Dude bites at it. Hey, it's a hit.
Thank Christ.
Now she bites it across what would be its throat and shakes it around like a dog toy until it is now dead.
Tilt it?
Yeah, Michigan has killed it. Ending combat.
Alright.
It's not that tough if you could hit it.
Yeah, that's the problem with it, was the hitting it part. By the way, Michigan's at 1 HP.
What?
Yeah, she take that shit though.
Heal her. Heal him.
I'm working on the
I'm gonna go ahead and end the
cap.
I know, but it should.
I'm not a vet.
You're basically what?
But yeah, Mishka sinks her Tinter's wolf long fangs into this strange creature, shaking it back and forth until this kind of weird alien high-pitched screech rings out in the interior of the bridge, and there's a spray of green fluid, but it doesn't seem to sizzle the way that the acid did as it hits surfaces. And then she lets it flop down to the ground. Its limbs curl all the way in, and it no longer moves. And then Mishka takes a couple stumbling steps back, falls halfway onto her side, and then just kind of lays there with her head laid against the cool surface of the ship's bridge, and lets out a whimper as Ryder coughs up what looks to be a bunch of fluid that runs down his cheek as you administer your medicine to him. It hasn't been 4 rounds yet, but we don't need to track those since we're out of combat. So if you just want to go ahead and make your medicine rolls, medic roll.
Can do. If I roll on to Ryder, would that do anything?
I don't think so. It doesn't know you're healing, does it?
Sure.
It might do some damage though.
I was saying if I rolled my heal onto Ryder, if it would register, but I don't think it will. Let's see. First aid. Yeah, first aid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here we go. I forgot to ask the difficulty.
I think it's 8.
So it's regular
I nailed
8, and then it's the effect. So effect of 6, so you heal 6 hit points.
Right.
and whichever attributes you want. But you want to put them all in one attribute because what you just do. So you want to try to get 3 damage characteristics. You want to try to get 2 of your characteristics to fully restored if possible.
First, right? Yeah.
First, or else you have to have surgery.
Ryder,
And
are you
and
with
might-
me?
And you might die.
Ryder,
So yeah, you should put like
I
all
think-
6 in endurance probably.
I
Or
think I
something
got
like
him
that
stabilized. Did you kill that creature?
Yeah, I'll come to and like
Or
look.
strength, it doesn't really matter.
Mishka,
Yeah, I'll
Mishka,
put
it's,
6 in
it's
strength,
okay.
'cause it's, I only have 6.
You did good, girl.
Makes sense.
Boy.
Just kind of. It's a girl.
That's a good
Oh, it is a girl. Okay, I don't know why I keep mixing that up. Doc, can you do anything?
Here, come here. Hold Ryder upright. I think he's stabilized now.
You are
No,
now
yes.
you are now conscious, right? Or you can talk and stuff, but you're in a lot of pain. It's very difficult to kind of maintain thoughts. You'll need to rest in the med bay to get fully healed up and everything.
I got him. Help her.
All right, hold him up. Mishka,
fuck
come here.
was
Good
that?
girl. Good girl.
You walk over to her.
What? I haven't moved my guy. Sorry.
She's barely hanging on.
I was in my head. I was walking over to her.
You bitch, don't just lay there. Get over here. Their like guts are hanging out.
I'm saying good girl, so I wasn't talking to either of you. I don't think.
I don't know. Go ahead
You
and
know
roll
what's
your,
weird of the
your
relationship I have with a
medic
Ryder.
roll then for first
Shit gets
aid.
weird in space.
All right, Mishka, and I start like trying to, get the wounds sealed and all that jazz. I don't need to do the D6, right? Because I'm out of combat. So, all right. Weird.
Same roll. All right, so she receives 6 healing. So she's now at 7 HP.
A dog just barked out from my backyard.
Oh, I heard it.
Mishka's alive! Everyone!
Roll button. 7.
Dixon, I think she'll be okay.
She perks up a
They-
bit.
You all right, Captain?
Yeah. Just a scratch.
As you cough up blood.
Let's head down to the med bay.
Fucking Harvey Dent, get up.
I'm sure you gave that thing as good as you got, Cap. Come on, let me.
Yeah. You better believe
help
it.
you.
I gave you a chance.
I
like,
stabbed
what that
so
roll was?
close
I know
to
you
it.
did.
That recon check to see, like that, to see if you heard it coming up behind you and all that. That's what that was. But yeah, you failed that recon check. So.
They really help with the cabin.
Yeah, help
Alright,
me, help
needed
me,
that.
Dixon, help
I'll
me.
You
come.
go
to
arm in
the
arm, starting to
med bay.
drag Ryder down. Mishka follows you.
I'll
Dixon,
pick
kind of
up. I'll pick up
loosely
Mishka.
limping. Okay, if you pick her up, she'll let you kind of lay her head over on your chest as you carry her into the med bay
That's all right.
and help Ryder stumble his way into the. Oops, just moved the whole map. Stumble into the med bay. What are you doing, Steroya?
I'm going to stay on the bridge.
Okay, because I was say somebody has to stay on the bridge. Yeah. All right, so you jump in one of the seats.
All right, thank you, Dixon. I think I can do it from here.
Probably just have my gun, the stunner, trained on the corpse. Just like, don't move.
I'm
Yeah,
still
just
pretty
stay
out of
there.
there.
Dixon, you need to find out what the hell that thing was and how it got on board this ship.
Yeah. All right, I'm on it.
All right,
And that's
I
where
got
we're going to go to
Ryder.
break. We'll be back. Stick around, find out the mystery. Maybe, if they find it out. Who the hell knows? We'll see.
We're gonna
All right, we're back. Thanks for the follow, Viet Mamacita. I appreciate it. Stick around. We've got about another hour or so to go, depends on how things work out. Hopefully they don't all just TPK. Came close enough to it a few moments ago, but perhaps we should. I mean, it's fair. I think it's fair to say that was a pretty close one in this instance. But I think we should head back inside the. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Good to see you, bud.
Oh yeah.
But I think we should head back inside the ship, and kind of just head straight back inside the exact moment we just left, because we're gonna have to handle a little bit of what happened here. Let me go ahead and clear the chat.
Figure out how that thing got on this ship, Dixon.
And Dixon, you leave the med bay. Now, Ryder, a bloody mess on the bed, being treated by Roman, as well as Mishka, who is just kind of laying there. She literally went down to 1 HP in that fight. I don't think you would have won that fight if she hadn't been there at all. You would have definitely had somebody die.
Oh, he would have died. Ryder, because he was unconscious with the thing. Like, yeah. Ryder.
Yeah.
By the way,
all right.
what y'all were talking about earlier, I did actually have a knife.
Yeah,
Right, I wasn't shooting, and I still missed.
Oh, that's right. You stood up and stabbed it.
Yeah, you missed. But he meant when it was down on the ground. Which we talked a little bit about that, about the rules for that. We have a different way we're going to handle it in the future, but we're not retconning anything that happened. So
You'll be all right, Ryder. Rest easy. You could thank Mishka for saving your life.
He's a good dog.
Good girl.
she'll look up kind of when you say her name, and then just lay her head back down. Just laying there, exhausted. She's now at 7 HP because you healed her with some first aid.
I gave her some feel-good drugs.
Okay. I will say you look to your left as you're treating Ryder, and you do see the carapace is down, is there in your med bay as well, because they brought it down.
Oh, look at these.
Roya brought it in here earlier.
Do I, now that I've seen that creature, is it related to anything about this carapace?
You have xenology as a skill? You do, right?
I have biology. Let me double check. Yeah, I have biology and sophentology.
Okay, I would allow biology to be rolled.
Okay.
Not. I was to say if you had xenology, you could roll that, but you don't have that, so you just get biology, which is 1.
Look at that.
Nice.
Structurally, they're similar, but the colors are different, and this one is whatever creature this one belonged to would have been much larger than that creature was. Much larger. Like, probably this isn't like the whole carapace. This is kind of like just one of the plates as it attaches to one. So whatever this creature was, it's hard to say how big it would have been exactly, but it could. But knowing what you know and what was discussed earlier, I would say, like, in particular, because there aren't. Okay, so they're extinct, right? That's the problem, right? So people haven't seen one, but there are like bones and skeletal structures and stuff. So it's kind of like saying, like, well, it came from a dinosaur, but we can't like tell you like that dinosaur is purple. Like, we don't know, right? Like we've never seen one, so it's kind of one of those situations. But whatever this belonged to is probably closer to like 16 feet long. Like,
are they weird in the same way?
At least like 3 meters. They're kind of similar. They are kind of similar in their structure. But this would have been much bigger, and it's a slightly different color. It's much more brittle, but it is very old as far as you can tell.
Ancient, if this thing's extinct, right?
Well, that's the thing about it. These things are ancient, but it's kind of like finding a dinosaur. It's kind of like finding a dinosaur head.
Oh,
not like the skull,
right?
The head, right? So it's like, wait a minute, how is this? Like a
I'll
really rotted
that.
old head, but not a this is so old it's turned to stone kind of thing, right?
Yeah, this thing died within my lifetime, maybe. Like, so
probably sometime in the last. That's something you could probably tell, I would say, with your biology roll. I would allow for that. So this thing probably died sometime in the last 200 to 300 years.
Wow. Okay, right there. I'm looking over this thing as
And
I'm
they were
treating
thought to be
Ryder.
they were thought to be extinct about like 3,000, 5,000 plus years ago. So it's not quite as old as like dinosaurs or whatever. There were some alive, but this one was certainly alive much sooner, much more recently than that.
From the Void Cluster.
Well, nobody really goes out there, so like nobody's really been out there as far as
Where are they? So if they're known to be extinct, where were they known to be before that? Like, you know,
like around you, like now, like in Spinward Marches.
Okay, all right.
But like thousands of years ago.
As I'm treating Mishka
on multiple different worlds, though. That's the thing.
Some opiates.
All of them worlds that also had humans develop on them, or were transplanted to them by the ancients. So
yeah,
there is at least a correlation between humans, ancients, and those creatures, which get called different things.
Gold. Mostly.
Oh, I fucking love that show. Fuck. Oh man. Okay. So I'm gonna be injecting Mishka with some feel good stuff, and I'm gonna look over and I'm gonna notice this thing. I'm gonna put all that together, right? Studying this thing, kind of looking at it and be like, Ryder, if this is the carapace that Wells brought with him, I think there might be some sort of connection to the creature that attacked you on the bridge. How deep that connection goes, I can't really say. This is quite a strange.
Wells could know about this creature.
Wells doesn't seem to know about it much, but I think he may know something about this thing. Since he knows nothing about what we know of, maybe he knows more about what we know nothing of.
Exactly. We're from different worlds.
That's what this appears to be. This thing, according to everything that I've known about these things, they've been extinct for 5,000 years. And yes, they did live out here, I guess, whatever these were. In some way they're connected to the ancients. But this isn't 5,000 years old, my friend. This is newer. This is a couple hundred years, if that. I don't know how that's possible. I have more questions for this Wells fellow.
I think we need to talk to Wells.
I need you to get better, though. I think.
So, Doc, is this gonna scar me?
It was your non-bionic side.
It was his bionic side. It was the side.
Oh, okay.
It was the left side of your body.
It was the side. Yep.
I'm gonna look.
How?
Kind of like, how's your frame rate?
Technically, that's the thing that didn't take that. So it might fuck you up and scar you and stuff however you want. But that's not the thing that actually took you out. It was the bite that took you down, because he sprayed you and then bit you, and that's what took you down.
Oh fuck!
So just so you know, that's.
But it's still acid. So like...
Yeah. I'm just letting you know, like that.
Yeah, but did he like
the order of operations?
Did he like bite my arm off? Do I need a cybernetic arm now?
No, he just bit into your rib cage.
Do I need a cybernetic rib cage now?
It wouldn't hurt to get a couple robot ribs, pop out, and shoot a missile or something.
Yeah,
There are
guns
some very
and
expensive
missiles.
cybernetics you can get that have that kind of thing. Feel free to get them instead of your ship payments, and we'll see what happens.
Deal. Let's do it.
Go easy on your ribs for a little bit. I don't know what the fuck that thing was. It could carry some. I'm gonna keep a close eye on you for the next couple of days at least to see if anything weird happens to these wounds, because I don't know what this thing was. I've never seen anything like that. I don't know. You know, complications can arise. So I'm gonna keep a close eye on you.
Yeah, I forget how the actual healing over time works, especially when you also have a med bay. Can you look that up for me there, Venom?
Yeah, so basically, normally without a doctor, you would just heal kind of a little bit every day. But with medical care, you basically just get healed more every day, quite a bit more. But
Right, yeah.
Only
I mean, I think you
if
heal a little bit every
you-
day, but I just don't know how much it is.
So it's 3+ Traveler's Endurance DM plus the Doctor's Medic skill.
Okay. And but medbay has an effect as well. What does
Per
the medbay
day.
do? Might be listed in like might actually be
It
listed
says
in,
medbay or hospital is required for surgery.
oh, okay.
My
Yeah.
endurance DM now?
Yes, now.
Which is, even if it's negative, you you still add that, so you can still you can technically get worse.
But I mean,
Right,
you can't.
so-
In this case, you can't because 3+ your DM
Mhm.
plus his skill. There's no roll even. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, without doctor care, you can actually get worse every day and
Yeah.
after the fact, which is cool as hell. Even if
So
Yeah,
I think
I like that.
I think Ryder would have known that and would have put his 6 points into endurance instead of strength.
Well, it's not about Ryder. It's about Mad Cow.
No,
right?
it's about
'Cause
Ryder.
Ryder doesn't get to
That's about
choose what he
Ryder.
puts points into.
No, he does. That's all about
if you
him.
but because it just happened, if you want to put your points in endurance instead of strength, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't care. It's your choice where you want to put
Yeah,
them.
that's a good thing to know, though. I mean,
Technically, you
Pretty
can
much
put
means
three
you
and
should
three, I
always-
think, but
go into endurance first.
there's some.
They could be
case-
split up to any stat that's damaged.
yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Which all
weird
of his
things.
were
Weird.
damaged.
technically,
all
yeah.
of them.
Yeah.
But like what Jordan was saying,
Two
you want to
and
get
0.
one to max out first before you start splitting them up.
Yes, first, because if you have 3 damaged stats, you need surgery, or
Yeah.
and then you could die in surgery, obviously, or get worse in surgery.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah, you want to
Well,
have
then
one
I
stat
do want to max
fully
out strength,
healed.
so I
Right.
don't have surgery.
I mean, like, look at my
Yeah, a
med
traveler
skill,
who
though.
has 3 damage
Man, that thing
stats
fucked me up.
after first aid requires surgery.
Yeah, did you still have 3 damage stats after first aid, or?
Well, if I switched to endurance, then yes, but I won't. I'll leave it
Oh,
as
okay. I see what you're saying.
strength, so I don't have to have surgery. Because that's wow.
Yeah, because you
That's
can
wild.
die during surgery.
I mean, unlikely, probably.
I mean, we got the best doctor in
Yeah,
the
right.
land, so
Best
I was gonna say I don't think you will. But
My
you-
plus, yeah.
They can get worse.
I didn't
and it
realize
takes-
that you required a med bay to do surgery, so it is really good you got one, I guess.
wow.
This
I
is
think
like the only ship that had one too. It's a good
I
thing
can
you
do
bought
like field surgery though if I have a kid.
Oh, okay,
which I
that's
think
right.
I
There is like a
do.
thing like that.
Kids.
Okay.
Yeah, I read over that
That's what some of
chapter.
those kids are
It is quite complicated. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but for medical care, you don't need to roll. It's just you're gonna recover
Yeah,
a certain
it's just
amount
every
every
day.
day.
Okay. So just note that so you figure out how much. Just figure out how much you're getting healed every day. It's the doctor's skill plus what? What all was it?
3 plus the
DM.
patient's endurance DM plus
Which
the
is-
doctor's medic skill.
All right. So what are those?
So my endurance is 0 right now.
What's your
Minus
mod?
3.
So
I
the
think it's
DM I
minus
think is
3, I think.
minus 3, yeah.
It's not
Alright,
0.
Oh, so it's 0 then. So it's just the
Plus
doctor's skill.
doctor skill.
Which is your does that mean my level?
Yes.
4?
Yeah.
Or the
So that's 4
Okay.
per day, or the first day, but you're gonna want to put those.
It's your medic skill, whatever your medic
those
level
are-
is.
okay,
Those are
4.
evenly divided among all damaged characteristics. And then you must be in full bed rest for that to get that.
until
So you have to be laying in one of these beds
For
in the med
days.
bay, basically.
For days.
What the fuck?
But I could technically, if my skill's high enough, technically heal him up most of the way, if not all the way, depending on the injury.
Well, I mean,
First
not
day.
really. I mean, you're pretty much as high as you're ever gonna get, and that's 4.
Oh well, yeah.
You know, 4 per day is nice, but still gonna take.
Or plus,
Yeah, as his endurance starts to go up,
As his endurance gets up,
Right.
yeah,
mod will start
but
doing
again,
that, and
there's
then it'll start
you
getting
can't
worse,
put
so
all
it
4 in
increases.
endurance. You have to. It's supposed to be
They
evenly
spread it
divided.
out. Yeah.
Well, that's-
So
Well,
how many days are we looking here?
I'm only down 1 dexterity at this point, so I put 1 in that, then I can put 3 into
Yes,
endurance and
yes,
continue
yes.
into endurance.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you'll do that. You'll do that at the end of the day, basically, when you rest. But
Yeah, and tomorrow you'll
Um,
get probably 5 hit points back, and that probably.
Stay Ruya, you're
Right,
on the bridge right now, right?
And then I'll be healed.
Yeah, somebody had to be.
Yeah. So Stay Ruya, you have the comm dot, and you're the chief steward. Down 1 dexterity and 2 ribs. That's right, Gerbil. That's good. So yeah, so you have the comm dot in your ear. So it does chime in. Like you have to
Oh
answer it.
shit. Oh
Hello?
good. It was on the other side, so the comm dot didn't get hit by acid
The acid.
because it's on my right side.
I'll answer it. Yeah.
Okay. So on the other side, you can hear kind of a gentleman who's out of breath, a little bit. Actually, I should probably do this. Because I'm doing that, I guess.
Hey, this is Lou Herrera from up on deck A, passenger in far rear aft. I don't know what you call it. I don't fly ships. I'm in one of your staterooms up here. We got a problem up top. This is the chief steward, right?
Yes, it is.
We got attacked by something up here. And, that weird guy, he killed it. But, he's not looking so good. I think you need to send somebody up here.
Acknowledged.
Thanks. Lou Herrera out?
I'll hang up on him.
They not
uh,
stay in their damn rooms.
No, I told him.
they were told, but you know.
He told them not to move from where they were.
No, he said stay in your rooms.
Oh, I said stay in your room.
Oh, did you say stay in your rooms? Well, it
Yes,
doesn't
he
matter.
did.
Still attack happens. So.
For sure I did.
Anyway, I'm gonna jump on the comm and call up the captain.
They can also call you from their room. So
While all that med-based stuff was happening, I went to my room and I'm putting my armor on and getting my laser carbine.
About to vent everybody into space.
Do you get paid if they die in transit?
Go collect
make
their
them-
payments.
You know,
and then
that's
we'll
a good
space them.
question.
Did we make them pay when they got on or when they get off?
Well, I assume you buy a ticket to get on the
Buy a
bus.
ticket, right?
So then they've already paid. It doesn't matter what happens to them.
So we're
Our
good. We
reputation
can
just
kill.
goes
We can
down.
kill them all.
Yeah, our rep just
Yeah.
goes down.
You should just
Anyway, I'm
You
gonna
know?
call the captain. Say, hey, Doc needs to go up.
orbit a planet and space them and then pick up more passengers.
I'm like, all right,
Infinite
space them
money,
all.
bro.
Got it.
We'll just keep picking them up from Collis and riding around the moon, dropping them off behind it. They'll never know.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll do that for a month, move on to a new system before we get caught.
Move on. We're travel
Okay,
slow
go.
around here.
I can't wait for that campaign. I'm gonna be fucking fun.
Um,
Space
Roman.
sadist.
Roman, there's been an attack up on the guest quarters.
Oh fuck.
You're needed up there. I think I'm good here.
Blin. All right, are you
help.
good? All right, keep an eye on Mishka. I grabbed some more supplies to kind of like replenish the ones I used on Roman for my kit as I head on out.
I'm moving over into this bed beside Mishka.
And I'm gonna go. They're up, aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to A. Alright, what do I
So
see when I get
what
up
you
here?
see here is 3 of those same creatures, all of them dead. And they're kind of there's 2 here inside of his room. The door is open. There's 2 inside of his room. He is kind of slumped down on the floor, He doesn't look like he's bleeding or anything, but there are these like weird fractures across his body. Then there's also one of them dead in the commons area, and all of the doors are like open. Most people are like looking outside of their rooms to see what the fuck's going on. There's a lady that is like down. Can I ping? Does that show you the ping when I do that? No, down here, who's like sticking her head out looking. As well as the guy here, and the guy who's just standing basically right here looking out at you. As well as this guy down here with his head out. But this lady here, at this one, that's looking up at you, starts speaking like when you come up the thing. And she says, he protected us. I guess they went after him though.
It's all right, ma'am. Is anyone else injured?
No. No, as soon as he started singing, they ran towards him. It was very weird. And
They attacked
then
him?
I remembered some strange things about my childhood, I think.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Just stay in your room for now. We have everything under control.
When she says that, the guy across the hall from her goes, yeah, at the...
Okay, everyone,
At
I'm
the
gonna need you
ocean,
to...
Okay, I'm gonna need you to make a persuasion, because they're starting to, like, freak out a little bit.
Like herding cats.
Alright. And I'm gonna need everyone to stop talking to each other about strange dreams and memories. Alright, hang on. Let me compose myself here. Oh, I do have persuasion.
Everybody shut up right now. That's right, Jeremy.
No conjecturing. Oh, right. Like spider eyes.
Yeah, them dudes look right there. They just seem to ignore you or whatever. At this time, they're looking at each other and talking, but when you step past the, they do seem mostly concerned about the giant dead bug things. So they are mostly fixated on that, but a couple of them are kind of like, yeah, that. What is that? You know, looking down at the bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
They don't seem to like be blaming you for anything.
Right. I'm gonna make sure that they're not moving as I make my way towards Mr. Wills, and I'm gonna kneel down. I'm gonna pull out my radio as well, and I'm gonna say, Stereo, I might need your help. Can you bring some like candy or something? Maybe some alcohol.
So it is now. Move this forward to here. $10 a.m. after all of that.
Jeez. Oh, we can't hear you.
You'll have to ask Mr. Matthews.
Wells will look up at you.
Oh, you're in the. That's right.
Wells will look up at you as you step in to the area, into his quarters here, his stateroom, and you can see the.
Is he inside his quarters?
Yeah, he's late. Yeah, they were all basically inside their quarters, just like heads out. But he was.
That's
One of the. Yeah, we hear you. One of the bugs was dead in the common room, and then two of the bugs are dead here inside his quarters, inside his stateroom. He is slumped against this table here, right on the floor, where I've moved you. The plant that you normally see usually sits here, right on this thing, right in front of the TV screen, basically, right? That plant looks like it is about 3 times the size that it normally looks like. It's kind of spidered out, and it's also bits of it are just broken off and shattered, it looks like.
I go, huh, Mr. Wells, are you all right? And I start looking for injuries that I can.
He's not bleeding. There are these like strange fractures in his skin. Nothing's like oozing or coming out of them. Inside, like the flesh seems to be like pinkish in color and stuff still. Though it is a bit odd. You can roll a biology. I would say biology int.
believe it's 2 hours until the next meal.
I mean, I'm sure we can get that moved up for you if you're hungry now.
Oh, good. I am always hungry, that is true. Perhaps we could have an extra meal today. I'm very tired.
Can you make your plant
Don't let
get
him die,
smaller
dog.
again, please?
Say that again. Sorry, I couldn't hear
Can you make your plant smaller?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it does kind of shrink in a bit. I need you to make a. What would be the right roll for this, skill-wise? To see if
Thank you,
know
Mr.
this.
Wills.
Yeah, I guess it's just gonna be a pure int roll. Just make me a straight int.
Okay. I think I did it.
Yeah, you roll it right. So as the plant begins to shrink slightly, you can see that there are bits of it where it was kind of broken that just kind of and break off to the floor. And as they break off, they kind of shatter, and this dust sort of just blows away in a wind that you do not feel. The plant shrinks down a fair bit to about half the size that it was when you first saw it when he came aboard the ship.
Okay.
As
I think I know how that thing works now.
As you look back down to him, you can see he has aged probably about 10 years, it looks like.
Was he aged after the plant shrunk?
I'm saying when you looked up and saw it start to shrink, and then looked back down at him, he aged. So in between that moment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Will you be alright, Mr. Wills?
Yes, I think so.
And he kind of stands up, and you can see those fractures that you saw in his flesh are much smaller than they were before, even though he looks a bit older, tighter.
I could go for a snack, I suppose.
Of course. I've a lot to ask you, Mr. Wills. I'm afraid I would not want to inconvenience you at this time, but
I'm not sure how these things found me here. Very strange.
hey, Dixon, can you
he'll
bring some
stand up
food
and start
down
to
Mr.
step over
Wills'
them.
room?
He steps out here to like this one that's dead
Oh,
right
no,
here.
no, I'm gonna need you to come back in here, Mr. Wills.
He'll still stand here at the door. That if you stop him, he won't push past your hand.
All right.
But he will stand up to the door, and he'll hold his hand out at the one like this. That's in the commons room. And he'll close his hand like this, and you see it for a moment, and you hear this sound from it as it just kind of crushes down into a small, almost cuboid shape, and floats there for a moment, and then falls to the ground.
That one wasn't dead.
Really
sit-
appreciate that.
He'll
Then
sit back down
please
on
sit
the,
down. Yeah.
the chair.
I help him down to the chair. Mr. Wills.
I don't know why you're talking to Dixon. He does not have a comm unit. So unless,
Are you in your room?
yeah,
I probably tried to reach you on your room because last time I talked to Sterulia, she said try Dixon. So I'm sure there's comm unit like on the wall in the room.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can call
I'm sure.
room
Yeah.
to room.
Yeah. So I'll attempt that.
yeah. What do you need?
Mr. Wells, Sterulia is quite busy at the moment. Would you mind bringing down some food for Mr. Wells? He's in quite the shape. There was an attack down
Oh,
here.
you're down on deck C?
Sorry, deck A. I get
Up there.
when we're in space, up is down, down is up.
No one can hear you scream, which is good because I'm screaming at you right now. And the
There's
food's up
been-
there, but I'm coming. I'm coming to help. I got my
All the food's
got my
up here?
suit on just in case.
Get the galleys up here.
You should really take a look around the ship sometime.
I know where the med bay is.
Listen,
Alright,
do you
heading
want a
up there.
doctor or a chef? But I mean, I'm not gonna do that anyway. I honestly just needed help regardless. Like, there's like people down here freaking out, and I got a guy that's
I was
hurt.
on the way, but I was
Yeah.
getting my armor on first.
Oh, that's right. You were
Probably
suiting
takes
up.
a minute, but
I kind of want to ask Mr. Wells if I don't know how to word it though. Like, Mr. Wells, is this your true form, or is this plant tied to you in more than just an invisible string?
I'm not sure what you mean. This is my form. I stand before you.
Well, Dixon, when he first encountered, he was in here, and I trust him. He swears you were not in this room for a moment. I'm wondering if it takes you energy to keep this shape. And if
Nothing about
so-
shapes.
Sorry?
Nothing about shapes, no. We were just very close to home, so I probably stepped into there for a moment.
Oh. Do we get close to home often?
Maybe once a week or so.
Well.
that's a horse of a different color.
I have many more questions.
All right, I'm on the way up. I'm going to grab the carcass. And is this an airlock over here? Port side.
Where are you at? Yes, that is the main area.
All right, I'm putting it in the airlock. I'm not cycling it. I'm just locking it in there.
Okay.
And then I'm going upstairs. All right, sorry, continue.
Like Dixon comes up
You
behind you.
took the
You're-
one out of the cockpit?
Yeah, I just figured you didn't want to be flying that ship with that thing in there.
Save that
So
for
you
later.
locked it in the airlock. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just getting out of the way for now.
Well, you come up the ladder slash elevator. It can be either one if the power's off, and look to your left, and you see a strangely crushed one of these, as well as two not crushed ones that are also dead, green ooze, kind of coming between cracks and stuff that are formed in their carapaces. Both of them in the quarters of Joseph Wells here, as well as Roman standing there, kind of hand on his shoulder as he sits in this chair.
Oh, Dixon, I'm glad to see you. We've. Whoa.
What
Ship's
was
computer.
that?
Ryder, was that you? I'm gonna say, Dixon, I'm glad you're here. Mr. Wells seems to be okay for the moment, but we have to get the rest of the passengers calm
All right,
and
I'll check
clean
on
up this mess. Oh,
So
sorry.
you do see that, like, they're all freaked out right now. They're like really freaked out. They're all staring at the one that he just crushed into a small cube. And the one lady's just like pointing at it, but you didn't let him go outside the door, so he just from inside of his room did that. So they didn't see him doing it, but the guy across the hall did. So he is staring straight at the room, just going like that, whereas everybody else is like pointing at the crushed bug. That one just imploded.
folks, it's all right. It's all right. Everything's fine.
Did you guys do that? What kind of weapon did you use? What's happening?
Seems
stay
to be
together.
biology.
Stay together. Sit in
You
the
yell
galley.
from inside the room.
I'll be right in there to make you guys a little snack, and I'll
I'm
start
helping
collecting
them at this
the
point, too.
Uh,
carcasses.
You're armed
and-
right now and armored.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's. Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. It's all right.
And they'll
That's
step
alright,
back
folks.
taking like, basically looking at you as like as though like you're an authority figure because of how you're dressed. They'll start to react a little bit better. But I do want you to make me a roll.
I'm helping him with the carcasses as well as kind of calm the situation. And I'm also saying like, that's right. This is our chief of security operations, Dixon Matthews. Just follow his lead and everything will be okay.
Why does she keep talking to you?
I don't know, my speaker like disconnected somehow.
Oh, okay. Make an admin roll. If you got admin. No, Dixon.
Of course I got admin.
Okay.
You think I'm leaving home without admin?
Do you really have admin though? Or are you just joking?
I do have rank.
Oh, you do look at it. Well, that's a fail, but it's only a fail with an effective -1. So they are kind of a bit disgruntled and stuff. But they will back up into their respective rooms and listen. They're not gonna become mutinous.
I mean, I told them to all get together and go to the galley.
Oh, okay. Well, the galley is the
might,
kitchen, so this is basically the common area here that they're in is kind of where everybody eats and stuff.
Oh,
where you're currently at.
Interesting. But there's like all gather around this table. I just figured that's
okay. Well, they'll all walk
calm
out.
people better than like.
But the guy that's right here is still just standing there staring straight across.
So I will immediately go, like, to show everybody how safe it is. I will start collecting the bodies, and as I grab them, I will squeeze them with my combat arm to make sure they're dead.
Okay, none of them react at all. They're all dead.
And I will. Can I pick them all up? Ish?
They're a little bit heavy to move 3 of them at once.
Are they?
I'm
Or are
helping
they
them.
small?
But they're not impossible to move 3 at once. If
I've
you're
started
helping,
stacking
it's certainly
them with
easy.
them.
Yeah.
That's alright, folks. Just stay calm. Everything's perfectly normal.
And I will take them down to the same airlock, I guess.
Space cockroaches, am I right?
Okay, so you take the bodies down and put them in the airlock. Then dumping.
They're
them
harmless
after
now.
them.
There's definitely no snakes in this. More snakes in this goddamn spacecraft.
Isn't it crazy how they just
Do you
turned
go
to
back up?
squares?
Yeah, I go back up.
Okay.
And I'll lock that door if I can, as much as I can. I'm sure I can.
Yeah, you
It's an
can
airlock.
seal it. It's an airlock. It's one of the ones you can seal. You do notice that the door to the cold, I want to keep calling it cold storage, but it's not cold storage. You see that this door is open here.
I was gonna, it was. All right, I'll definitely go in there then and take a look around.
Okay. Looking around in here, one of them is open.
All right, I'll go over and look inside.
There's nobody in it. There's nothing in it.
One of the cryopods?
Yep.
Below berths?
I'll hit the intercom on the wall.
Okay.
To upstairs, I guess. Yeah, we got a problem down here. One of the cryopods is empty. No body, no occupant.
That was the 66-year-old female, Corey Larson.
I'll read the panel, I guess. It's Larson, Corey. I'll be right up.
Well, I guess those things were hungry.
That's one possibility.
Do you remember the screams? That certainly wasn't them screaming.
Yeah,
I'm not there,
okay.
sorry.
Well, we gotta find it. We got to sweep the rest of the ship. How are the
Alright, I'm helping you.
How are the people doing?
You seal the door and go back up.
Yeah, I'll go up.
Okay.
I will. Folks, it's fine. Everything's handled. Just stay together. Try to be calm, and I'll go in the galley and try to make the simplest possible meal.
The simplest possible meal.
Like fast and simple, like some oatmeal or something. Like
Sandwiches.
Yeah, all right. So I'll make
That's fine.
sandwiches.
I'm gonna put on.
Stay ready to spend the money for the supplies. So you got stuff to make.
I'm gonna put on my favorite prank comedy show.
Okay.
TV.
Cleaning
Like
up the place a little
nude.
bit and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna start scrubbing the goo off the ground of those things.
Okay. Oh, as you serve sandwiches and stuff, Wells, now leaving his room, will walk up to the table and immediately start grabbing sandwiches, one in each hand, and eats each one in about 4 bites, and then just keeps 2 sandwiches over and over for quite a while. It's kind of ridiculous. It's like you're like, I might have to make more sandwiches.
Why don't you
All
make
right.
some more?
How are the other people?
The other people don't seem to
React.
react to him and all that badly. They sit down, and some of them are eating, some of them are not eating. Some of them are just kind of like they push it away and are just kind of like talking amongst themselves slightly. Like there's a little bit like hush whispering kind of. People seem pretty freaked out. The dude who was standing here is still standing there and has not left that spot. He's watching Wells right now.
And I will. I'll bring out some tea and some basic and some tin of cookies.
Okay.
I'm going to.
And then I'll go over to that man.
He'll take 2 more. Wells will take 2 more sandwiches, and then put both in one hand, and then grab some of the tea and sip it. And eat like 2 sandwiches at once with one hand.
I'm gonna look at Dixon and I'm gonna say, "Hey, call
He's
me
not
if
sitting
you
either.
need
He's just standing next to the table. Continue. Sorry.
I'm gonna say, call me if you need anything. I'm going to go switch places with Steruya. She might be more of a help down here."
I think the people are fine. We gotta sweep the
You
shit.
sure?
We gotta find that other person. There could still be somebody around.
I know where to start looking. I know the first place to look is in the stomach of those things.
That's the first place.
That's the fucking first
It's
place.
gonna take
Yes.
time.
What? I'm not really going to look. That's where she is.
Everything's fine, folks. They're all gone. We got them all.
Yes, everything's okay. Dixon.
I'll show my carbine. I got it under control.
I've got a gun. Everything's okay.
This check out this dude. He's freaking out. Go talk to him.
All right.
I'm gonna start sweeping the ship. Go talk
All
to
right, it's
him.
pretty good. Yeah, go
Then
look for her.
start looking. We gotta lock things down and go room by room.
I love that you show the gun. You're like, everything's okay.
I mean, it's like, if
No,
something
makes sense.
hypothetically could happen,
I
not
know,
on
I got
my
a gun.
watch. Not on my watch.
I'm
Hope
gonna
you
go
know.
talk to this guy. I
But
think
these
I
aren't
can calm him
some-
down. All right.
These aren't some snowflakes. This is her.
Mhm.
All right. Go find.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay on the radio. Hit the comms if anything.
And I'm gonna, sir, how are you doing? You don't seem too well over here.
Who are you?
Kinda like
How are you?
the guy that hasn't moved
Oh, okay.
since.
You didn't move your guy, so that's what I was confused about.
Sorry. So
Okay.
how are you? And I've like cleaned up a little bit. I've put some like napkins down on the goop stains.
Okay. All right. One second.
I'm loving the doctor this episode. we're seeing him pray at the edge just a little bit.
All right.
52.
Please have a seat. Yeah, would you like a drink? And I offer him my.
He doesn't like really make eye contact with you. He just keeps looking at Wells for a bit. As you step up to him, and start talking directly to him. What
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Yeah, it's wild. Look, everyone's okay though, right? Yeah, weird things happen in space, right?
make a
You're lucky we were
persuasion.
here.
What's the deal with space?
No,
Hey,
it's
yo,
only
space is
persuasion.
fucking crazy. You're lucky we were here for you. That's what happens when you book a passage with us. We get you there safely.
except for
Is he
if you're over the age of 60.
He just leans in and asks you that question.
What did he say?
Is he a Zodani?
Sorry, I didn't pause this long in real life. He just kind of threw me for a loop, out of character. But in character, I'm like, no, of course not.
But he,
What makes you say this?
he did and then that one over there killed it. He killed them all.
I mean, if anything, he saved everyone here, right?
Yeah, but he didn't shoot him.
Maybe he has like some sort of. I will talk to him. Maybe he has some sort of like integrated weaponry. I've seen some crazy things.
Scions?
No, of course not. All the people we got transport through were from the scout services, just like you.
Make a persuasion. Int. Or charm. Persuasion charm, I guess, would be what you would need to do in this case.
Oh, there's a charm.
Wow, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, I tried to spin over into the lower number.
Wait, are we on? Oh yeah, we are. Okay, I guess that's fine.
Listen, in the heat of the moment, things look strange sometimes, and your brain plays tricks on you. Your adrenaline is rushing so strongly that you might not be seeing what you think.
Right, I want my ticket comped.
For.
Or I'm gonna start telling people you got scions on your ship.
You don't have fucking scions, but alright.
Well, okay. And he'll walk over and grab 2 sandwiches and then walk back into his room.
I slapped
Alright.
it out of his hand.
Doctor's doing pretty
No
good.
pay, no
Listen,
sandwich.
yeah, you didn't pay for the ticket, man.
Well, he did
Just
technically.
big clunky combat arms.
His fingers break.
It's basic for you from here on out, son.
Yeah. Hope you got a taste for basic, boy.
But yeah, that's
I'm just-
obvious. Obviously, he's whispering that to you the whole time too.
Yeah, I'm gonna shrug and I'm gonna assume that he's gonna keep his word and I'm gonna keep mine. I'm gonna tell people, but
I'm gonna assume you're gonna keep my word. Compartmentalize.
well, you better hope I don't get too drunk tonight.
So yeah, you'll have to bring that up with Steyruya for his ticket to be comped.
Just submit your request.
Do the proper
Right,
channels
the
and we'll
form
get back to you.
876
Yeah.
and follow
Please
with
do
the
not write
bursar's
in the
office.
margins. Yeah.
So after eating
on
about
Marion.
almost all of the sandwiches, including some of the ones that other people pushed away and said they didn't want, and he was just kind of like, taking it and eating it that as well. He eats them all. He eats all the sandwiches that are left. Drinks a bunch of the tea. Most of the other people have kind of like set back a little bit more and started to relax a bit more. Several of them speaking up. What were those things? You know, how did they get on board? Where were they? They're talking to you, Dixon.
Yeah, folks, we see this sort of thing happens, unfortunately, but don't you worry, everything's all right now. But just to be on the safe side, we're gonna do is sweep the ship, and we'll make sure that we're everything's good to go. You guys just relax, stay together, you know, keep each other's company for the next hour or two, and we'll get back on course. All right. Joe, you want to come chat with me for a second?
Is that a new name for me? I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, guy.
He looks a lot more refreshed than he did when he started the meal. I'll say you noticed that.
Younger?
Maybe not younger, but less weary.
You get enough there?
He looks down at the table that's empty.
Until lunch.
Yeah, of course. Oh, of course. Yeah, we're losing money on this run. There's no doubt about that. You mind joining me downstairs here?
Certainly. Are we going to look at more star charts?
Yeah, something like that.
Cut to Dixon's space. I go. Wells.
Okay, but yeah, he'll follow you.
All right, we'll go downstairs. All right, brother, what's?
So you go down here. Are you going
I'm
with
gonna
them,
take
Roman, or
him.
are you staying up there to keep the people calm? What are you doing?
Oh Lord, I'm gonna stay with the peoples.
I'm gonna take him into the pod thing. I guess. God, Jesus, I forgot how difficult this guy is to talk to.
All right, you go do the low berths.
Yeah.
Oh yes, these are
You rub his nose.
Very
in.
nice.
Where is she going?
I just grab him, caught my arm, just throw him into the thing, and slam it shut. So what? Can you tell me anything about what's going on here with these snakes? These, you know what these things are?
snakes.
They followed you here.
Oh, you mean those brood hunters?
Yeah, bird hunters. Yep.
Yes.
They followed you here.
I imagine they didn't follow me. No, they probably came the same way I did, though.
Just on the board from Flammarion.
Perhaps, yes.
You know, do they hide out?
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by hide. They're not much on hiding so much as they are standing right in front of you, but being very difficult to see. They're also very, very delicious, but unfortunately quite poisonous unless properly treated. Say, you don't have any iodine, do you?
I'm sure we do. I'm sure the doc's got something like that, but
Interesting. Okay. That would be good.
okay. So we're missing someone here. You know,
Oh.
we people are sleeping in these pods. One of them's open.
Oh yes, this one down here at the end I can see.
Yeah. Do you think that has anything to do with your snakes, with your bird lords?
StarCraft.
Well,
I guess I can roll for him. So let's just go 4. So it's 4. So 10. So effective 2. That would be okay.
well, I suppose. Do you have any type of readings or information on these things?
And he kind of waves his hands over them in the same way that he did the star charts and stuff on the
Yeah,
bridge.
it's got some star charts
and
on here.
And it does nothing. It does it because it's not a holographic interface. So he's just waving his hands over it.
I'm afraid I don't know how to work any of these.
I'll be honest, I don't really know either. We're sort of new. But this was a lady. What was the name? Corey. Assume it's written on there somewhere.
Yes, it is. Corey Larson.
Corey Larson. Between you and me, and I'm not gonna go spread this around.
Yes.
You seem to have
Miss
you
Larson,
seem to
I
have
met
a
her
little
at
bit
the
of a.
starport, actually.
You did, okay. So is she on board the ship? Can you find her?
On board the ship.
Well, she came aboard, right, and she was in this pod, and now she's not. Can you
No, she
find out
never
where
came
she
aboard
is?
the ship.
Sorry.
No, she never came aboard the ship.
Well, what was the Miss Larson shaped thing that was in this pod?
Well, I don't know what was in the pod, but it wasn't Miss Larson.
But it's not your snakes. Do your snakes
You keep calling them
change
snakes. I'm
shape?
very confused, but I don't. But,
The broodlings, do they impersonate, are they some sort of shape changers?
Oh. I don't know. Sometimes things can do that, I suppose.
All right, next question. We had a
Kind of knocking on the glass on one of the ones that has a person in it, looking at them. They don't react or move at all.
Fascinating.
we had a floating orb.
A floating orb.
Yeah, it may be related to the Zodani. I don't know if you know anything about Zodani.
What's a Zodani?
Some sort of artifact. Anti-gravity orb. It was down in a compartment in our hold. It's gone.
Oh, the ancient sphere.
Thoughts. Ancient sphere, yeah.
Yes.
Any idea where that thing
I
is?
found that earlier.
You found it.
No, I felt it. It spoke.
Oh, you felt it. And can you feel it now?
Yes. It is here.
Can you help me find it? Where is it?
I'll have to roll again. So +3 is 9. So effective 1. Where's the thing? Yeah, this level.
I believe it when you're down.
All right, you mind coming with me here?
Certainly.
There's yeah. All right, come on.
He begins to follow you.
All right, we're going down.
Hmm, 15 minutes.
He says.
Sorry?
As you step onto the elevator and go down, he follows you.
50 minutes. Until lunch.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
You go to the bottom? Is that where you're headed?
Yeah.
Alright. You're in the lower cargo hold now.
I haven't been here.
Oh, you should check it out. It's real nice. So this was the orb was over here. Can you feel it? Can you feel it now?
Yes, it's still here.
Can you point it out to me?
Well, he follows you down to the concealed cargo compartment, where you open the door, I guess, for him. But when you do open the sealed compartment door, he's just kind of utterly amazed, like super fascinated.
It is a trick door.
And we're not gonna spread that around exactly, but yeah, something like that. Yeah.
He looks very amused by it, like he's never seen anything.
We just want
like
to keep
that
things.
before.
We want to keep things out of the way of the passengers. So they don't play with them or whatever,
That
ancient
seems most
spheres and
reasonable.
stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes, it isn't here.
it's in here
He
because
takes a step forward and looks.
Oh. But it's still in here.
and I look around. Does it see it?
No,
Does I feel it? Feel it?
no. He looks around confused as well.
It's definitely still in here.
Do you know what this orb does? What this thing's for?
It's an ancient sphere.
Yeah, and it spoke to you. What did it say?
But it was an ancient sphere.
And that's all it said.
Yes, that's how I knew.
And are you familiar with ancient spheres? You ever seen one before?
No, never. But it was
And you don't
very
know how-
loud.
And you don't know how it would just walk off.
I can't imagine it would walk at all, but it's still here. We just
In
can't
this
see
room?
it, I think. Yes,
He waves his arms around.
I guess we can't feel it either.
Okay.
It's very confusing. Are you confused?
More so every day, but I'm not too worried about it. Mostly, I'd like to find Miss Larson. You don't know
40
where she's
minutes.
at. You don't know where she's at.
Miss Larson?
Yeah.
Marion?
Oh yeah, right. She never got on.
No, never.
All right. Well, I'm sure that's just a misunderstanding with the steward. I'll check with her. Well, friend. Okay.
The brood could have been her, like you said, but I don't know.
Any more brood on the ship? Would you be able to sense them if there were?
I could try. It might not be easy. Can you not?
I know I definitely cannot. That's more your thing.
No. How do you survive?
He closes his eyes.
One day at a time.
Looks like he's concentrating. Like really hard, his eyes closed. So, going to deck A. Up there.
I shoot him in the back of the head while he's
Roman, you
just push the body into the compartment. Lock it.
You being up top there, Roman, on deck A, with the passengers. Most of them have settled down. The door here is still open to his chamber. Once again, to his stateroom. You can see the crystalline tendrils of the plant filling the space of the room once more.
Okay, we're just gonna close this door.
I was literally gonna ask him at his door and been like, "Do we need to log up?" But I was like,
Yeah, I like nonchalantly close it.
Okay, make a stealth check.
Fuck is a stealth check?
It's a stealth check. It says use the stealth skill.
It's an unskilled, I reckon.
It's unskilled if you don't got it. that's what it's sounding like.
It's a -3 is what it sounds like.
Thankfully, everybody's at this table over here, so it's not that bad.
Is it intelligence or unskilled what?
Dexterity.
I was hoping it was intelligence. Oh, ill. Alright. Doot.
Ooh, 4. Okay. So you go, like, you're like, oh shit! And you try to very sneakily kind of rush your way across the...
I go, what's that over there?
The room to not call attention to what's going on in the room at all. And you trip over the rug beneath your feet and kind of fall slightly, not falling on your face, but kind of like stumble and head up to the door and kind of bump up against it. And everybody turns and looks at the door. And the guy who like took the 2 sandwiches into his room is sitting here, and he can still see because that door's still open, right? So he's sitting there still looking in the room, eating one of the sandwiches, and just shrugs because you said your compass ticket. So he just shrugs. But the lady that was sitting here at this table that Dixon had moved her to, amongst some of the other passengers, she does say, "What's going on in there?" Right as you close the door. What's happening?
He left his VR on.
Make a persuade, I guess.
I was literally gonna wrap
Enter
all the
charm,
bird
maybe?
lords in the carpet and take them.
And you left the carpet. It's okay.
Oh, that's funny.
+4 effect. +4 effect. Okay, doctor. She'll turn back around. Kind of start talking to some of the people, but the guy who's sitting here still just eating his second sandwich and watching you, but it doesn't seem like he's doing anything. Yeah, going back down to Sterulia now, who is on the bridge, I believe, operating things.
You hear a clicking noise.
So yeah, you hear the doctor come over comms. Sterulia.
Well, it's all quiet in here.
Good. Let's hope it stays that way.
But I do need to make lunch soon.
Oh, would you like, I can come switch with you. I think Dixon's still preoccupied.
Yes, that would be great.
Alright, I'll see you in 30 seconds.
Okay, so you're gonna swap.
Yeah, I'll head over to... Hey everyone, Sterulia will be right down with preparations for lunch. Make yourself at home.
Bye.
Hey.
Thank you for your patronage. Thanks for flying with us. If you enjoyed your stay, please rate us 5 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, don't forget to.
Alright, back down in the cargo hold with Dixon and Wells. He opens his eyes, and you, as you're leaving going down the elevator to switch spots with Sterulia, can at this time start to hear that sound kind of start to dissipate a bit from within his stateroom about the same moment there, Roman. But he opens his eyes.
I don't think there's any more aboard.
Can you take a look at something here, right in here?
Certainly.
I'm
You'll
definitely
follow.
gonna try to ask you. You see this box here? This box got stuck in the elevator here.
No, interesting.
Does that
Why
seem
would you
like
do that?
something these brutes would do?
I don't think so. They're quite animalistic.
Yeah, well, that was my thought. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Alright, well, I appreciate your
Perhaps they
help
are
here.
unrelated. Or perhaps the brood were in the cargo container that this top came from. And your imposter in your little freezy coffin let them out. I don't know.
I mean, my head was there too, I'll tell you, but I didn't quite expect yours to be as well. That scares me. So, why don't we head up this way and we'll get you back upstairs and
It is almost lunchtime.
it's almost lunchtime. I know you've been working up an appetite down here for the past 25 minutes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna bring him up in here, and I'm continuing to just take a look around. Anything out of the ordinary?
Make a investigation check. Investigation int. I would say would probably be. What I would say
Damn.
roll? Holy shit! A +6
Yeah.
effect. What the fuck?
You investigated the shit out of that.
Wasn't expecting that. Okay.
Well, it's really on you, isn't it?
It's on me. Yeah. Well,
not expecting.
+6
Expect more
effect is a
of your
lot.
party.
Okay. There's a bit of material that you can see wedged into the part of the iris valve here. It's just the smallest bit of a frayed bit of material, but you pull it free and look at the fibers, and you recognize it to be to coincide with this type of fibers that you would have expected to be on the very type of jumpsuit that was being worn by the person who was in the by the imposter, we'll say, because you don't know what to call them, in the cryobirth. So that is a likely connection. In addition to that, there's a little tiny fleck of what looks to be human blood or mammal blood. It's red blood. Very
And
small.
the brood
amount.
lords don't bleed red.
No, they was green. They didn't technically bleed at all. It's just kind of like an ooze spilled out, and then it was it.
They didn't bleed at all because we really didn't hit them. But
That's fair. But no, their viscera is green, not red.
all right, yeah, right this way. I'm gonna lead him up through this way. Watch your head on the reactor there.
Oh, yeah, it is quite low.
You're able to walk basically straight underneath it, but him being 7 feet tall,
tall,
it is a bit of a a duck for him. So are all the doors, right? But he doesn't seem to have a huge problem with it. So you bring him up this which way? Which way are you taking him?
Up this one.
Oh, all the way through the thing. I got you.
Yeah.
Back out where you came. Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, okay.
And he crawls out from underneath the space.
This is some kind of maintenance access, I assume, for your rocket engine or whatever this is.
Yeah, this is the power doohickey. Yeah, it's where all the power for the ship comes from.
Is it fission?
Fusion, I think. You might want to chat with
Fusion?
Stay on it, but
Did not believe fusion was possible. Fascinating. You're a very advanced people.
well, we do all right. But you know, you're not too bad yourself.
They wouldn't show these to me on the scout ships. They wouldn't show me their reactors and engines. But
Yeah,
they were quite secretive about most things. In fact, they didn't like my questions.
well, you know,
The food was not as good either.
well, you know, we
You
do
are
aim
much
to
more
please.
advanced than the scouts.
We do aim to please.
Oh, yeah, fuck this guy.
But you know, we have some questions for you. You've been helping us out. You know,
Certainly.
I'll try to do right by you, obviously.
Right by me.
And speaking of, you know, it's almost lunchtime, so let's get on up
20
there, I
minutes.
guess. Mm-hmm. Yep. I bet old Stary is working on it right now.
He'll follow you on through.
I'm still looking
I've never
around
been in
for
here either.
shenanigans.
I want to tell Stereo about that one guy when I meet her to relieve her.
That one is missing its lid.
He points to the one on the very top, where you kind of heard something go across the top, and when you were in here with Mishka.
Mm-hmm.
That one is missing its lid. In the middle.
All right. Yeah, you're right about that. And I'll pull it down.
Again, it's containing exactly the same thing as everything else, like these general consumer goods that you are hauling, because you're hauling giant like freight loads of it. There is, though, because you've now brought the lid or whatever with you, and you pulled it out of the thing, or you've seen the lid, and you pull the the crate down, or you climb up on it and look at it. You can see there are scratches on the inside to some degree, mostly in the crate, and the actual goods in this particular container, though they are the same type of thing, they look like they're fucking just shredded up and stuff. Like, it's like t-shirts are destroyed, if it's like pots and pans or like heavy metal objects and stuff, they're not like dented up or anything, but some of them are scratched from hitting against each other and shoved off in the edges of things. And inside there are what look to be these shells of what look pretty thick, like about this thick, right? And are I guess vaguely reminiscent of like eggs, you might think of them. Kind of just sitting in the middle of all this mess. It's almost like a concentric circle around these cracked open 3 strange containers.
I don't get any sense that what's my read on whether these happen to be in here versus like planted? Is there any other strange material?
Well, I'll tell you what, since you got a +6 effect on your last investigation, I'll say you can see that it does look like they are tucked down into it looks like they were provided a space, then hatched and shredded shit around them, and then the top was removed.
Right. Yeah, all right.
Oh yeah, and since you're climbing up there looking at them, looking on top of the other crates here. Since you're like at eye level looking up, you're rummaging through here, looking like, what the fuck is all this stuff in here? And then your eye line goes up, and laying there at this cocked, strange angle, head twisted around, is a human corpse that matches the person that matched the description of the person inside of the chamber, and they look like they are partially dissolved with acid.
Oh, we
And
found
that
them. Sweet.
is where we will end the session tonight. But before I jump to credits, let's go ahead and do our what did we like about the session stuff and all that. But yeah, so we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up there next week.
Put that away.
Put that away.
Oh my god. What the
That's where
fuck?
we'll pick it up next week. But if there's any, first let's just go. Since you were the primary in the scene this time, there, in the scene, there, Venom. Let's talk a minute about Dixon. What did you like, or just you, not Dixon, but what did you like about the session? Where did you have fun? Obviously, it's a question I always have. But what were your favorite parts of the session? Anything that anybody did or anything anybody said, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it was a cool session. I like these creatures. It's a cool kind of frenetic, realizing just how many freaking doors and elevators are on the
Spaceships
stupid
are scary
ship.
when it comes to that. Yeah.
Not to mention these racks of stuff where it's like a perfect place to hide and die. And like I said, the Doctor in general showed a lot of personality. Just go around and saw some new sides to him a little bit. Things got a little out of norm.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked that characterization. It was really
It's
good.
good to get some action, some combat we haven't had for a while.
Yeah. All right, let's since you tagged them, let's go to Society over there. What did you like about the session? Any favorites or anything that happened?
Yeah, honestly, every time something even begins to happen, I'm just reminded how much I'm enjoying this system every time action takes place. Because the way that it paints the picture in my brain, it's like I don't have to do any fucking work. It's a very strange experience. So like anytime there's action, it's so cinematic. We've said that a couple times now about some of the scenes. But it's just so cinematic. It's like this system is so bred for it. It's really interesting. But I particularly
it's really easy to go very cinematic with this system because of how it fits a lot of things. It's true.
Like just the way that whole scene with Mishka running in and saving the day kind of a thing, and it's like it's so easy to visualize the chain of events happening in like a realistic fashion. More so than it is for me when I play D&D, right? Like it's really interesting. I don't know why. I can't tell you why. But I do really, I think my favorite scene of the night was definitely when it was like, how much more can go wrong? Like every time we thought we were like cool, it was like, oh, it's like a whole, great. We got the three other broods taken care of and home. Oh, someone's missing out of the cryopod? Fuck yeah. So that whole conversation with Roman and Dixon about these things ate that bitch. Like, that's so funny. I love that conversation so much.
That was great.
It's like, oh, it's okay, everyone. It's okay.
What about you, Mad Cow? Any favorites or any favorite moments?
My favorite moment was not dying.
Sure. You lived. That is true.
I'm getting some good alone time with Mishka in the med bay.
Yeah, you have
We're
no
getting to
idea
be
what's going on.
we're getting to be friends.
Oh yeah. It doesn't have to be a moment you were in. You could be somebody else did, of course.
I liked
So
Roman's
interesting.
interaction with Wells.
Oh, that was interesting. Like when they were upstairs.
Yep.
As far as we know, you survived the med bay too.
Yep. All right.
I don't know if that battle's over yet.
We'll see. Well, you don't need surgery, so you're probably fine.
I mean,
but
it's just like
you're down
there's so much
people,
shit.
though, right? There's a lot
Yeah,
of ship
somebody's got to
run,
fly
and
the ship.
There's a lot of ship to run, and you got your captain's currently. You're 2 days away from coming out of jump, and your captain's in the med bay, and you don't have any backup crew to help man the bridge or any of that stuff when shit's hitting the fan and stuff. So it does kind of highlight how it's like, wow, maybe you need to get some backup crew for something or something.
You also need to get some comm dots for everyone. I know they're expensive, but I think we can splurge on them.
Yeah, like 10 creds or something. Oh yeah, which definitely, that he needs to get one. What about you, Psycho? Any favorite moments?
Yeah, I liked the just the visualization of Ryder Young turning around being like, "What was that?" And then just alien in his face.
It materialized. He was like,
Like, just the mental imagery of that was just awesome.
hello?
Oh, poor Ryder.
But I'm gonna have to have a conversation with that guy that wants a free comp. Like, discount maybe.
Gonna have to roll some persuasions and stuff probably. We'll get to that next session. That'll be good.
Oh man,
That's pretty
all we have
hilarious.
to do is say like, sure, go ahead, start telling people you saw a psychic, and you're just as likely to get killed as somebody else.
Yeah.
You can use intimidation
maybe.
for that,
Play.
for sure.
Maybe I'll have that conversation while
See what
wearing
you
my
do.
combat armor.
With your dew claw, picking your teeth with your dew claw.
Ow, ow.
Yeah.
Today's episode was basically Alien, the movie. It was
A little bit.
Why
A
is
little
this
bit
shit
in
so
there.
fucking big? And there's like no way to like
Dead
actually
space.
clear it at all. So we're just like wandering around finding bad shit.
Absolutely. On that note,
I
my
did
favorite
like
moment
how-
was actually using the invisible tokens on my DM map
Oh.
here to move around for where they are, and I wouldn't let you roll the recon to see them unless you were within a line of sight because they're like translucent. You can see through them or whatever, or transparent. But they're not perfectly transparent. And so every time they were in line of sight, I would do a roll. But I was like trying to avoid your line of sight and going up on things and stuff. And I'm like, he'll just run around this way.
Funny.
All right, now this thing goes down. This thing's going up this here. So for me, it was like a really fun little exercise and playing like Ring Around the Rosie on certain
Stealth
things.
movement.
And then I made it up upstairs, and I was like, okay, well, where am I going with this guy? I'm going to the bridge. Like
That's
that
funny.
was the one that took Ryder down. Yeah, that was pretty
I
good.
do like how quickly our ship turned into like a battleground, right? Like
Yeah.
our brand new ship, and then all of a sudden, like it's big. It's all of a sudden it's like really big. We got the runaround on us. Like we got fooled in
Yeah.
our own space. Like really
Yeah,
interesting.
it's not like the
how
tiny
quickly-
ships you had in
Yeah.
in Sojourn, right? Like
The space
because these
was
ships are
definitely
so
utilized
big.
against us.
Yeah, that's gonna be a theme in this campaign. I'm gonna
That's
definitely
interesting.
use the hell out of these deck plans. But on that note, thanks for watching, everybody. That was really great. I really
thanks for
appreciate my players. Really appreciate all the viewers. Thanks for coming out, Gerbil, Squiff, all you guys out there that actually managed to stick around the whole time. Really appreciate it. If you didn't catch the stream, you can always watch the VOD. And if you're watching the VOD, hey, what's up? But
Hey.
other than that, let's go to credits, and we'll see you again next week. Thanks, everybody.